जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you. Kindly be seated. We will now share a brief glimpse of how students across the Vishwakarma Institutes are working on AI projects through strong faculty mentorship and industry collaboration. These initiatives reflect our commitment to prepare future-ready human capital students with relevant skills and real-world examples.
India is taking rapid strides towards its vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is proving to be a transformative catalyst in this rise. At Vishwakarma, we are ready to play a constructive role in India's progress. Be it the Vishwakarma Institute of Technology or Vishwakarma University, AI forms an integral part of our learning infrastructure. Across our campuses, we have set up state-of-the-art labs. Our NVIDIA and IFM automation labs are the epicenters of AI-driven research and automation. We have established multiple centers of excellence in diverse areas. These centers of excellence work closely with subject matter experts from leading companies. Our teams work on real-world problems to develop AI-led solutions across sectors and industries. These collaborations have yielded several promising projects and outcomes. Our faculty and students continuously undertake AI-related trainings by industry mentors. Our students are challenged to sharpen their skills through AI boot camps and hackathons. EduPlus Campus, our homegrown platform, leverages AI to deliver intuitive learning and ERP solutions. Moreover, our curriculum is fully aligned with national education policy guidelines, with AI seamlessly integrated across disciplines. Vishwakarma Group sees education as an enormous tree that nurtures its students. At its root is academic excellence. The roots grow into a strong trunk made up of well-rounded learning resources. And at the top is a canopy of outcomes that help drive growth and nation building. From classrooms to nation building, Vishwakarma is ready to contribute to India's AI workforce.
That was a short glimpse of the plethora of work that we do in the Vishwakarma Institutes. Our departments are completely focused on creating a workforce, human capital. Just a second. Right. So we are focused on creating a workforce and, as it's correctly pointed out, human capital for India. To formally commence the summit, I request Professor Dr. Rajesh Janlekar, Director, Vishwakarma Institute of Technology, Pune, to deliver the welcome address.
A very good morning to all of you on behalf of Vishwakarma Group. and all the honorable dignitaries who have assembled here today for this, a very important event. So it's my pride and pleasure to deliver this welcome address. So the theme of this is about human capital and the AI era, and building, developing skills, values, and the vision. So I would like to mention here about the vision of our honorable chairman, father of our Bharat Agarwal sir, Shri Rajkumar ji Agarwal, who founded this institution. And on several occasions, he was mentioning that every student passing out from VIT should be a socially responsible citizen. So that is the vision. And therefore, it applies and becomes more relevant in this AI era. So education doesn't mean simply learning certain subjects or technologies. It is more than that. Learning subjects and technology is incidental and is an everyday curve, and it has to be learned continuously. But during the formal or the formative phase of our life, when students are there in the schools and universities and colleges, they have to learn these skills, values, and the vision. So after defining the vision that every citizen should be socially responsible, in the AI era, what the human capital occupies, how human capital occupies a significant place. So there are very important skills that must be inculcated in every human. The complex problem solving ability, the critical thinking, ethical thinking, creativity, emotional intelligence, judgment and decision making. These are very, very important skills. Judgment and decision making, cognitive flexibility, and service attitude. Ability to learn and relearn, because these skills becomes very relevant in the AI era. And the value system is also very important. There are three important terms: moral, ethics, and values. Morality is to know what is good, bad, right, wrong. Ethics is to stand by right and good even after there are challenges or discomforts in our life. So one who follows morality, even such situation, is an ethical person. And values is to choose between two rights. When we choose between two rights properly, we have a good value system. And therefore, in the AI era, every citizen, every individual, every student must be taught this value system, because this is going to play a very important role. And AI might challenge the human existence. Of course, it's a myth. It's not, it's a perceived fear. It's not the reality. But many of the thinkers, educationists have warned and have also said that the country law should be changed to tackle this threat. And therefore, throwing some numbers, AI is going to impact nearly 400 million jobs. Impact, that is 40 crore jobs. It is going to displace, means make 92 million jobs. 9.2 crore jobs would be lost by 2030. But the good news is 170 million jobs, that is 17 crore jobs, would be created. And in India alone, 4 million, that is 40 lakhs jobs, would be created. So there is a great fascinating AI world to come, and we would like to experience it with pleasure and not with grudge and threats and frustration. So it's a very relevant topic selected, very, very relevant topic, how human capital, knowledge, so the skills, values, and ethics, and the vision is very important. Thank you so much. I extend a warm welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jalekar, for setting such a good opening speech, which is very encouraging and at the same time something to look forward to. Now, before we move on to the next segment, I welcome our esteemed dignitaries on the dais. I would like to welcome Mr. Bharat Agarwal, President, Vishwakarma University, Dr. Sunil Luthra, Bureau Head and Director, Training and Learning Bureau, AICTE, Mr. Rajnikant Behra, Executive Director, RSP Transmissions I Limited, Mr. Manish Tambe, CEO, Dassault Systems Global Services, Mr. Rajesh Khatri, President and CEO, Fiat Automobiles, Mr. Praveen Kulkarni, Vice President and Delivery Head, Infosys Center Head, Pune Phase 2 and Mumbai. I now invite Professor Mukund Kulkarni, Vice Chancellor, Vishwakarma University, to introduce the host institution and share its vision.
Thank you. A very good morning to all of you. All the dignitaries on the dais, all the industry professionals, my fellow colleagues from Vishwakarma University and Vishwakarma Institute of Technology. A very good morning to all of you. I'm very delighted to be a part of this very innovative pre-summit on human capital on next generation AI. Before we start, let me introduce and talk about the host university, which is a Vishwakarma University. Yes, thank you. So if you look at India at a strategic inflection point where AI is transforming education, industry, and governance. Like 10 years before, we all thought of this. Mobile and laptops are an integral part of our life. I think AI is also an integral part of our life now, whether we agree to it or not, but then it has become an integral part of our life. Human capital as the foundation of national need and competitiveness. And I think the institution like ours, Vishwakarma Institute of Technology and Vishwakarma University, we are the sources and catalyst for future-ready talent. About Vishwakarma University is established in 2017 and it is part of 40+ year legacy of Vishwakarma Group. Of course, our flagship institute is Vishwakarma Institute of Technology and Vishwakarma University is a part of the same group. We are future-focused academic institution with some of the best practices which I would like to share it with you. As far as awards and recognition of the Vishwakarma University are concerned, WURI, that is World University Ranking for Innovation, has consistently placed us in one of the top universities across the world. As far as the Times Higher Education Impact Ranking is concerned, since last 3 years, we have been recognized for our efforts towards Sustainability Development Goals, SDGs. Recently, we have received an award by FICCI about our efforts towards internationalization of the education. And we are one of the most sought-after universities in the state. Our entire syllabus is NAP 2020 compliant, and it is a multidisciplinary syllabus wherein right from first year itself up to the last year of the education, NAP guidelines are totally implemented. We are into third year of implementation of NAP 2020. And we are following all those particular guidelines. And one of the added advantage in the Vishwakarma University is because we have different faculty available, so multidisciplinary approach is very well inculcated in the structure and philosophy of the Vishwakarma University. We are trying very hard to design what we call it as AI embedded education model, wherein right from first year up to the final year, depending on the necessity of the course, we have tried our level best to incorporate the AI-based education. You might have seen it in the glimpse of the video also, that our assessment, some of the assessment tools are AI-based. Our platforms on which the faculty shares the teaching and learning material with the students, some of the part of that is also AI-based. Slowly but steadily, we are integrating AI as an integral part of our curriculum. Most importantly, we are one of the very, very focused institutions ready to interact and collaborate with the industry. I'm very happy to share that right from the first year itself, our courses are focused on project-based and project-centric learning, wherein the students are supposed to do the projects, and we sincerely believe that the philosophy of learning by doing is more useful for effective learning. And that is why our entire curriculum is based on project-based and project-centric learning. This is our commitment, and as efforts taken towards this particular commitment, we have come up with what we call it as value-added courses tracks, wherein our training and placement office takes care of knowing the interest of the students and developing some tracks specifically designed in accordance with the interest and need of that particular student. Last but not least, this is one very unique initiative that we have started recently in August 2025, which is an AI championship team, which is consisting of 25 faculty members and 3 industry mentors who are helping us. And through this particular AI championship team, we are sincerely taking efforts to impart this AI-driven education to the students. 2 workshops have been already conducted, and a couple of workshops are planned. And this is our efforts taken towards integration of AI in teaching learning. So thank you very much. This is what we are doing in Vishwakarma University. I once again welcome all the delegates here on behalf of Vishwakarma University, and we hope we'll have a fruitful discussions throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Kulkarni, for articulating our university's mission and reaffirming the vital role of higher education in nurturing future-ready human capital. To also add, on our online platform, we have with us Mr. Rodolfo de los Santos, Vice President Operations Asia Guild and Cooperation, and Mr. Rohit Ramanan, Senior Vice President Engineering FIS. They'll be joining with us later on with their online session.
Yes, welcome, Rodolfo. And Ram. You can.
It is now my honor to invite Mr. Bharat Agrawal, President Vishwakarma Group, to deliver inaugural address and formally inaugurate the pre-summit.
A very good morning to all of you. Foremost, I thank the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology and specifically AICTE for allowing us to host this pre-summit on AI, especially on the theme of human capital in Pune. Personally, I think that human capital is something that draws investments. People say, and we should say, infrastructure does it, airport does it, good roads and highways do it. But if you look at history of even Pune city, why we are such an industrious city? We were always second to Mumbai in all manners. But still we rose as an industrial powerhouse in our country, thanks to the human talent that the city developed. And I still believe that the human capital that the city develops and is in the process of doing better will lead to more investments in AI coming to our place, despite all the lack of infrastructure and governance that we might have. We are in the AI summit and we just had this online Zoom thing. I just would like to mention a couple of scenarios or discussions that I had. We have this Zoom thing going on and we have some disturbance already. I was in an event of OpenAI in Delhi. OpenAI had a Saturday office in Delhi and they invited a few people to join for the inauguration session. Oh, ChatGPT wala OpenAI, I'm sure everyone knows. And the event was delayed by half an hour. And the reason was they could not connect the LCD projector to the laptop. So there is some AI required to be done on some very basic things before we move on. और आज भी मुझे दिख रहा है कुछ Zoom में कुछ challenges हुए, but nevertheless We as a Vishwakarma group also run a few stools. One of them is by the name Wisdom World Stool. I was addressing the group of 10th standard students, counseling them for engineering careers. That is my pesha, so that is what we are supposed to do. There were about 150 odd students, around 25 teachers in that audience that day. I asked the first question that how many of you all use ChatGPT or Gemini or any AI tool? Almost all 150 raised their hand. Then I asked, how many of you all don't use ChatGPT or don't use it frequently enough? Means tabi kar liya. All 25 teachers raised their hand. Now this leads me to think of an era, and this is part of the various discussions we have at Vishwakarma, at platforms at CII, that this is an era where AI is hitting all of us simultaneously. All of us are professionals in the industry, academicians in the institute, and students in the institute, and all of us are going through this learning AI simultaneously. आप मेरे से होशियार हो, ये बोलने वाला अभी ट्रेंड नहीं है. This is the era where might be a student knows more than a teacher and might even be knowing better than an industry professional. We interact with so many industries as VIT. I personally meet a lot of people, and when they engage with our students for some projects or for internships, I am very curious to understand what projects are you giving to the students. And what I read from those conversations is mostly these projects are around हम ये AI enabled चीज़ करना चाहते हैं, but हमारी टीम नहीं कर पा रही है, शायद से बच्चे अच्छे से कर ले वे. So that is a thought process that is driving, which leads us to again another thought process that this might be a era. हम विकसित भारत की बात करते हैं. Technology has changed or advanced countries, Britain, 19th century to America. Maybe AI can be a technology that brings Asia and especially India ahead of the entire globe. Let's be hopeful of doing that. Another conversation in the same group of students I had, a student asked me a question that, sir, what are you? I said, I'm a mechanical engineer. And he asked me, if you were now 12th standard, what would you do? Now, I cannot undersell anything, oversell anything. I have to be very neutral. Anyways, I gave a very diplomatic answer, but rightfully what I answered over there was that I would still do mechanical engineering because that's my passion. But there cannot be a mechanical engineering without an AI envelope. There cannot be a civil engineer without not knowing AI. There cannot be an electronics person who doesn't know AI. जैसे हम बात कर रहे थे, like internet hit us, AI has hit us all. We at VU also run some non-engineering courses. We run a course in law. I don't think so. We want a lawyer who doesn't know AI in the future. He should know AI. We want an architect who knows to use AI tools. In this way, AI is impacting all professions, and it is up to us to fast forward and leap forward to enable it and to grasp it. My thought over here was that students are far ahead to grasp it, is what we have realized. And rightfully, industry professionals are making use of this by giving the students a lot of internship opportunities in projects. We also have conversation within Vishwakarma, within our faculty and our teacher groups, कि हमारे लिए AI क्या है? हम AI पढ़ाते हैं, that is what we are supposed to do, but how do we use AI for our own operational purpose? We don't have an answer for that, honestly, but a few thoughts again came up through various discussions with various business leaders around that one of the primary advantages a business leader can drive out of AI is faster feedback and faster response to feedback. And this is most relevant in academics because we get to know about a feedback of a student only after we do an assessment, which is after 6 months of him joining the course. And then we understand that ये बच्चा अच्छा है, होशियार है, नहीं जम रहा है, whatever it is. So maybe by using tools like AI, we are able to understand a student's knowledge about the various courses he's doing with us and also give a right feedback to him very, very promptly. In all this doing, I think Pune I say this Pune a lot because I really love our city. I think we are blessed to be in Pune. We all have grown being in Pune. We have all prospered being in Pune. Our city is continuing to grow because we continue to develop very, very meaningful, very, very talented human capital. And I am sure conversations around our event today and further conversations that will happen at New Delhi in the actual AI summit will give us some more insights about how we can further use AI to develop more better human capital for AI. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bharatji, for your inspiring and visionary address. Also, thank you for emphasizing the importance of leadership values and purpose in guiding India's AI-driven growth. Now, we would like to introduce Dr. Sunil Luthra, Bureau Head and Director, Training and Learning Bureau AI City, New Delhi. Dr. Luthra is internationally acclaimed academician and researcher with extensive leadership experience in higher education, research, and global academic collaborations. With over 3,000 research publications, 25,000 citations, and editorial leadership across reputed international journals, his work significantly advances operations management and sustainable production systems. May I now request Mr. Bharat Agrawal to kindly felicitate Dr. Sunil Luthra. May I now invite Dr. Sunil to share his special remarks. Thank you, sir.
Good morning. Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, researchers, distinguished academicians, industry leaders, policymakers, innovators, dear faculty members, and students. Namaskar and very good morning to everyone. It's really, before starting, I want to correct, I have published more than 300 research papers and citation is about 31,000 plus. So, it's indeed my privilege to be here at Vishwakarma University for this pre-summit event on the theme of human capital being organized in run-up to India AI Impact Summit 2026. I sincerely congratulate the Vishwakarma University for taking this timely initiatives and for creating platform where ideas, evidence, and national aspiration can converge. You know, India will host AI Impact Summit in Delhi in February 2026, a landmark global convening announced by our Honorable Prime Minister of India. This summit aimed to shape a future-oriented global agenda in which artificial intelligence serves as a catalyst for inclusive human development, social empowerment, and sustainable progress. This global vision aligns seamlessly with India's national aspiration of Viksit Bharat 2047, a vision of developed, resilient, inclusive, and innovation-driven India by century of our independence. This pre-summit events we are organizing, AICT is organizing in multiple ways. There are main 7 chakras are there. One chakra which AICT is leading, our Honorable Chairman is leading, which is called Human Capital. So this pre-summit events are therefore not peripheral engagement. These are critical intellectual platforms that ensures summits deliberations are grounded in diversity, realism, and actionable insights. What emerge from these platforms will directly influence how AI contribute to realization of Viksit Bharat 2047. Friends, when we speak about artificial intelligence, our discussion often revolve around algorithms, data, models, and computing powers. Here the most important question is not technological, but it is human. Who will design these systems? Who will deploy them responsibly? Who will ensure that AI serves society rather than deepening divides? The answer is clearly human capital. So, if we fail to invest in skills, education, ethical capacity, AI risk will widen and it will result in inequalities. If we invest in wisely, definitely AI can become the most powerful enabler of inclusive growth and national development. For a country like us, with its youthful population, we are youngest country in the world, and vast diversity. Human capital is not just an input, it's strategic advantage in the journey of Viksit Bharat at 2047. Today, India stands at a historic crossroad. We have large and young workforce, a rapidly expanding digital ecosystem, strong academic research institutions, a clear national vision. The challenge before us, convert our demographic dividend into AI dividend. This transformation requires future-ready curricula, then continuous faculty upskilling, strong industry-academia collaboration, ethical and responsible AI practices, and lifelong learning as a national culture. Therefore, human capital development must be seen as a long-term national investment, not a short-term intervention. So, at AI City, our approach is towards human capital development in the era of AI is systematic, inclusive, and action-oriented. You see, in last 3 to 5 years, we have changed all our schemes. Our all schemes are related to our emerging areas. All scheme, you name it. I will mention here 4 main points which we are more focusing. First is curriculum transformation. Curriculum transformation, you know, AI must, beyond being a specialized subject, which Bharatji also said, this AI, whatever your engineering branch, you cannot survive with this AI or emerging areas. You have to incorporate, right? So this is in our all curriculum, whether it's engineering, management, or interdisciplinary domains, we have integrated AI and emerging areas because this ensure meaningful AI applications across sectors vital to national development. Second, we are much focusing on faculty development, faculty empowerment, various initiatives. Atal Academy, most of the you know. Every year we fund 1,000 faculty development program, everything we sponsor, 1,000 faculty development program. And I am very proud to share, till date we have trained 4,25,000 or something faculty members through Atal faculty development program. QIP PG certificate program. We are tomorrow launching fourth batch where we are starting 50 centers, which we are, initially it was only for core branches to learn AI and related fields in especially emerging areas. Now we are also coming with management as well as computer engineering to upgrade their self. Then RPS, you know, AI City Research Promotion Scheme. We have also integrated. We said that we will fund up to 50 lakh rupee, but it should realize the product. We say that research promotion scheme lab to market. Then third most important is bridging academia and industry through AICT Industry Fellowship Scheme. This is very, very important scheme. We started it last year, and I am proud to say 2 batches. First batch 54 admissions, and this time I think 120 or something. I need to check exactly. Now 170 plus faculty members are working in industry, not for one day or few hours, working for 1 year. Working for 1 year, the faculty member will get additional 1 lakh rupee, he or she will get his or her salary plus additional 1 lakh rupee per month during this 1 year. So out of 1,75,000 will be given by the AICT, remaining only 25,000 will be given by the industry. So I request all the faculty members, please go to AICT website or Training and Learning Bureau website. You will find multiple schemes, different schemes, because we are long back talking about this industry academia collaboration. If we want to realize this vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, because we have to work in collaborative way. Every platform we say, but really it is happening. Except few good colleges, it is quite less. It is just 1 day visit to industry and vice versa. Industry coming for 1 day lecture or something placement. When industry coming placement, then they say that students are not employable, right? We want to, because what is original root cause I identified with the experts is actually industry and academia are working in silos. This we want to, industrial culture is not shifting to academia. So we want to ensure our graduates are not just qualified, but genuinely industry ready. This is the focus. And fourth, most importantly, we are much focusing on ethics and responsible AI, because for India to lead globally, AI human capital must be grounded in ethics, trust, transparency, and social responsibility. Technology without values cannot sustain a developed society. So this is what we are at AICT are focusing, what we are expecting from our universities and colleges, because universities today are no longer merely center of instruction. We are in digital era, we are in somebody say fourth industrial era, somebody say fifth industrial era. So these universities are not only center of instruction. Everything is changing. The way we live, the way we travel, our teaching learning methods are also changing. So teachers are not only go to class and just write on the board or something, just show the PPT. This culture is changing. Now teacher is much more like a facilitator. They are innovation, because not only instruction. So we expect from universities creating innovation ecosystem, agents of national transformation institutions, like this is one of the initiative. We must integrate education, research, innovation, entrepreneurship, foster interdisciplinary learning, partnering actively with industry and the government, and serve as a regional anchor for skill development and societal impact. This pre-summit events, such like this one at Vishwakarma University, generate evidence-based insights, policy relevant recommendation, and scalable models that can inform both national and global AI discourse. Yesterday's news, Stanford, one very good news I want to share. Yesterday it was in India Times, Navbharat Time, India Times. So there is a, Stanford did this survey of AI impact, and I'm very proud to share we are third country which AI is, first is USA and second one is China. In China and in India, gap is less, comparatively less. If really we want to develop, we have to think, because why I always focus on faculties? Because faculty give multiplier effect always. If faculty teaching 100 students every year, multiple five, let's say 5 batches, different 500, and this is multiplier, this gives multiplier effect. So as we move forward, it is important to remember that AI may be artificial, but impact is profoundly human. Our object should not merely to produce AI professionals, but to nurture adaptive learners, ethical innovators, and social responsibility leaders. And only then can AI truly serve as an instrument of social empowerment, economic growth, and sustainable development. The discussions we will hold today must not remain confined to this conference hall or event hall. That must translate into tangible outcomes, curriculum reforms, faculty development initiatives, industry partnerships, policy input, and community impact. That is very important. These insights generated here will directly contribute to shaping human capital agenda of the AI India Impact Summit 2026. In conclusion, let me emphasize that success of AI in India will not only measured on technological sophistication alone, but how inclusively it empowers peoples and strengthens societies. So a Viksit Bharat 2047 will be built not merely by the advanced technologies, but by the skilling minds, ethical values, and empowered our institutions. I once again thank Vishwakarma University for the organizing committees, speakers, participants for contributing to this important national mission. Let's work together to ensure India's AI journey remains human-centric, inclusive, and globally impactful. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Dr. Luthra, for outlining national skilling priorities aligned with emerging AI competencies. We would now like to introduce Mr. Rajnikant Behra, Executive Director, RSB Transmissions and Chair, CII Pune 2025-26. Mr. Behra brings over 2 decades of leadership experience in steering strategic growth, financial governance, and organizational transformation in the automotive manufacturing sector. As a key member of RSB's leadership, he has driven sustained profitability through innovation, digitization, and strategic partnerships. May I now request Mr. Bharat Agrawal to kindly felicitate Mr. Behra. May I now invite Mr. Behra to share his special remarks.
Good morning. Good morning to all distinguished guests, all academics in here, all our industry colleagues, students, and all the young learners that have come to see the seminar today and witness the AI impact on human capital. First of all, I would like to thank and my greetings to Vishwakarma University, Vishwakarma Institute of Technology, AICTE, CII Western Region, and Infosys for inviting me for this important event, which is a pre-summit leading into the AI Impact Summit 2026 at India level. I believe our Prime Minister is going to host that. So it's a privilege to be part of this pre-summit and which is going to also define AI path that the India as a country we will be taking And particularly out of that, today's topic is how AI is going to impact the human capital. There are certain things that I have noted down so that I can address the audience around what are the various aspects that we should look at when we are talking about AI. First of all, as the chairman of CII Pune, I am really proud to share that in the Western region, all this technology aspect, whether it is AI, digital transformation, there is a good ecosystem in CII which we are trying to promote, which can definitely help the industry and general skill building in the country. And there are certain areas that we are focusing in CII, particularly Western region, and National also has given a directive which follows through all the zones, some of which are like future skill and talent development, AI and digital transformation. There is manufacturing excellence. We are talking about innovation, sustainability, startup development, how industry and academia, which is very, very critical for any industry or any country to grow forward in the future technology and have. So Viksit Bharat, if we have to achieve, it's not possible unless the students right from school or college and as they graduate are collaborating with the industry, and we are together developing whether it is curriculum or solutions for the industry, which is what happens primarily in the West. If you see in the West, the developed countries, any technology, any innovation that is there, if you research properly, it is done very, very collaboratively through the research institute or the academic like Harvard, Stanford, there are many UCLA, all these work very closely with the industry and the innovation happens. It is very, very important how industry and academia collaborate. So in CII, we are trying to promote that as well. And we have a lot of multiple committees and task force, which in each zone or each region we are trying to promote. So Western region has various states, and within that, one of the zone is Pune, and in Pune also we have all our panels which are working towards these transformation. So whether it is ESG, MSME, manufacturing, so all of this is important, and today across all of this AI will impact. AI is not just one stream, it will impact everything that we are doing. And also in CII we have Center of Excellence. There are 10 to 11 Center of Excellence that we have across India, and through which we are trying to promote all these aspects through our committees. And also in Pune, as I mentioned, it's an integral part of our conversation and lot of seminars and lot of programs we are trying to do, which is towards this AI and digital transformation. And Pune, recently we also launched a GCC forum because India is poised, and I believe half of GCC are placed in India. And Pune being such a critical location and a city which has everything. If you see manufacturing, you have a lot of colleges, there is IT. So all these engineering, R&D, all these can be promoted through Pune, and there's a lot of talent here, and talent that are outside are coming to Pune not only to work and study. So Pune is a good hub where we can promote this. So this is from a CII perspective we are trying to promote. Going forward, as we mentioned, this is a pre-summit, and at a national level we also want India to progress, and not only progress, lead the AI strategies that globally it is taking place. And as we know, as the technology is shifting, AI cannot be implemented without the right human capital. So as we say AI, it is artificial. We have original brain with us. So without that, it's not possible to promote AI. But it is important to know when we are doing this, whether in cities or states or as a country, when the technology shifts, and how do we use the human capital, where it will change how we learn, it will change how we work, it will change how we create solutions in the industry or within the academic as well. How are we collaborating within ourselves, and all these. Also, as a country, it will be important how we are using AI to solve national challenges, whether it is from healthcare or sustainability, or through, there are a lot of logistics that AI can be used. Like in traffic also, we can use AI to predict how the traffic flows are happening. Otherwise, if you see in a signal, there is a specific time the signal is running, but it is not static like that. Depending on the hour of a day, the traffic changes. So we can use AI to predict that and change the time. So very simple things, but you can use all of these to give a solution. At RSB, very briefly, if I have to mention about our organization, so it's a 50-year-old organization into engineering. So we are automotive manufacturing, and we also have construction equipment aggregate manufacturing. We have around 17 to 18 plants in India, and in US and Mexico as well. So we are also, as a company, trying to see how best we can use AI, because we serve a lot of global OEMs and Indian OEMs through which, and we are seeing through them. But at the same time, we are also trying to understand how best we can adopt this technology. Generally, if you are a OEM supplier, we follow a lot of system, process, and learning we take from the OEM. But today, through this technology changes, we can adopt that even prior to them. So it's a learning, which is what we are also at our group trying to do. And there are a lot of tools in the digital transformation. Like a couple of years back, I used to drive these digital transformation, whether it is for our maintenance, whether it is for predictive maintenance. There's a lot of process automation which can be done. There is inspection. There are a lot of advanced inspection we can do. Supply chain. So there are a lot of areas, productivity improvement we can do. So in my experience, when we were trying to implement that within the organization also, so there has been a lot of pushback, anxiety. So it's a change management, and the leaders, whether you are in a company or anywhere that you are, it is important the leaders first understands those anxiety and try to address them. Try to just scare or tell them that if you don't use it, you're obsolete, it is not going to help. Rather, they'll be going to go back to the shell more. So it is important to address the anxieties that anybody might have and tell them how one can use AI and progress going forward. So it's very, very important from that perspective. And today, as an industry, what I can see, some of which we are trying to use in our company, but others, what I am seeing, whether it is our suppliers or our customers or in general our industry partners, a lot of areas the AI being used, whether it is recruitment, talent hunting, how do you profile the jobs. Earlier, probably HR used to sit, work with the business managers and then find out the job profile. But today you can use AI to do that. Probably you'll need few days to do it, then the managers will have time or not. So these are industry practical issues. But with AI, a lot of these learnings you can draft and come out, and then both the managers can sit. It may take what used to take 4 days or sometimes a month. They are not prioritizing, can happen in a couple of hours or within a day. So that's the kind of change that AI can bring. It all depends how we are going to use them. In a lot of learning and capability building also, we can use AI, where you can prepare or you can make courses or practical solution-driven programs specific to your own company or to your own issues. So this can be particularly used in AI. As I mentioned, a lot of internal efficiencies and decision making can be done through using AI into various aspects which I just mentioned, which I'll not obviously repeat. But one thing we must understand and keep in mind that AI will provide insights, but it will never provide you a judgment. Judgment has to be done by the humans, and that is the integration, or that is what the message I want to drive is AI and human capital have to work in sync. It is not against each other, which is what is important for all of us to understand and integrate. And the more we can do that, the more we can use it and go forward. And one key aspect that I mentioned about industry and academia, I just want to mention that as an industry or as a country, we cannot do without collaborating or not achieve our vision without doing that. And there could be many things that the industry academia can do, and we can have curriculums around AI driven job roles. So if we work together as an industry and academia, we can develop some curriculum which are suited for the current practical problems that the industry is going through or to solve them. Lot of faculty training can be done on these emerging technologies. We can have joint research labs, lot of partnerships we can drive through industry. Upskilling we can do through that. And even at a national level, if you can have certifications which a student can take and the industry can see and recognize that, it will be important, because it is important for our industry also to recognize. Otherwise, we will not know whom to take, whom not to take. So certification also from that perspective becomes important. And as I mentioned, at CII, we are definitely committed to do that, deepening collaboration. And of course, in the Western region in Pune, we are trying to do that. So at the end, I would mention that AI is not the future. That is not the future. AI is the present. So one is to understand it is not ahead. It is here. It is here with us. By the time we were just discussing in the other room, before we can understand digital transformation or industry 4.0, AI has come in. So things are changing so fast that before you adapt one technology, another is coming. So that's why I said it is the present, and we have to integrate all the other technology that are already relevant with AI. And to do that, again, as we are saying, human capital is important. We have to use our intelligence. How do we do that? We cannot just follow it. If somebody is following, you can't blindly follow it. So it's important that we need to understand how to do it and get ready to adapt AI. So as I mentioned, whether it is for technology, emotional intelligence, there's a lot of ethical practices that we are mentioning that has to be done by a human and for the nation building. So if we can adopt all these things, use our human capital to use AI in a particular channel, and then we can take forward. So India can not only become progress in AI, but we can lead it if we take these aspects in the right stride. So with that, I wish all the best to the pre-summit and to the forums that we are going to do in future. And I wish all the participants and all the speakers all the best for the program going forward. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Behra, for sharing the industry-led perspectives on workforce readiness and evolving the role of AI in manufacturing and different mobility ecosystems.
We now begin the keynote sessions. I introduce Mr. Manish Tambe, Chief Executive Officer and Board Director, Dassault System Global Services, Mr. Tambe is a seasoned business leader spearheading digital engineering and technology-led transformation across global enterprises. He combines strategic leadership with a strong people-centric approach and is also a professional certified coach committed to developing future-ready leadership. May I now request Professor Rajesh Jalnekar to felicitate Mr. Manish Tambe. I now invite Mr. Manish Tambe to deliver the keynote address.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished academia and industry leaders, dignitaries from AICTE and CII, fellow speakers, and ladies and gentlemen. I'm really deeply honored by this opportunity to speak at this pre-summit on human capital for India, AI Impact Summit 2026. The theme of the event, as you have already heard, is around the human capital in the AI era. I'm really glad, while the summit is around the topic of AI, the first word of the theme is human. Because I come from a company called Dassault Systems, where we truly believe that the only progress is human. It's when innovations are made by humans, for humans, then they can lead for real progress and change the world. And those innovations are then accelerated or enhanced by artificial intelligence. Let's ask ourselves, what is really human capital? It's actually the sum total of skills, knowledge, and experience possessed by all of us as humans. And it is viewed through the lens of the value or cost that we provide to the organization or to the country. And when we talk about AI era, we must keep in mind it is actually a very recent period of a few decades in which a rapid development, accelerated integration, and transformative impact of AI we have started to see. I believe there is a profound transformation that is happening in how we work, how we live, how we create, and solve the problems. While some of us may look at it as a pure technological revolution, I really see that this is something far more meaningful. It's an opportunity to redefine the relationship between humans and machines in ways that will actually amplify what makes us truly human. And hence, today, when we have gathered to talk about the topic of human capital in AI era, I believe we should look at it from a positive lens of human plus AI or human capital multiplied by AI, and not from a negative lens of humans divided by AI or humans versus AI. As Ethan Mollick, an author of a beautiful book called Co-Intelligence, said, we need to embrace AI as a collaborative partner and not as a replacement. That's why at Dassault System, we chose a very beautiful word for AI. We call it as our companion. A companion that accompanies us in our journey to expand the human potential and elevate the human value. Our belief at Dassault System is virtual worlds expand and improve the real world and real life. And when we look at AI, we really want to pioneer the concept of industrial AI. And when we talk about industrial AI, it cannot be as, I would say, generic as the general purpose AI. There is no chance of error. There is no chance of approximation. That's why we'll approach it by integrating AI into our virtual twin experiences on our own 3D experience platform, focusing on trust, precision, and science-based solutions. Our vision is AI should generate new knowledge from massive industrial data, thereby optimizing design, production, and performance across various industries. Our AI strategy has been on 4 pillars, and I'm sharing that because I believe it is really something that can be massively used by other organizations as well. First and foremost, we integrate the AI technology into virtual twins. Because when we make sophisticated virtual replicas of products, processes, and systems, and empower that with AI, the value is exponentially high. Second, trust and sovereignty, because because the general AI is not enough for high-stake industries. So we must look at data security, IP protection, and regulatory compliance. Third, using science-based approach. We use advanced modeling, simulation, and data science to ensure reliable, verifiable, and context-aware insights that move beyond the hallucinations of general-purpose AI. And fourth, generative economy. Our AI strategy aims to help businesses transition to a generative economy where insights and innovations are generated from their own trusted data and assets rather than simply consuming more and more resources. When we talk about AI, we cannot miss talking about ethics around AI. Again here, Dassault System is very committed, and we are the signatory of AI Pact initiated by the European Commission. And we have put together 6 principles for the development of ethical AI systems. 1, it has to be transparent and explainable. 2, it must protect IP and data. 3, it has to be robust and secure. 4, always controlled by humans. 5th, sustainable in the context of energy and otherwise. And 6th, it has to be inclusive and equitable. When we talk about now moving into this AI era, we have to think about what are the new competencies that must be developed in the human capital. Again, here there are 3 competencies required. First, being change ready. As distinguished speaker said earlier, things are changing very, very fast. Change is the only constant. So it's about developing resilience and adaptability in the face of rapidly evolving technologies and continuous transformation. Second competency is being AI ready, or I call it as AI literacy. This is familiarizing yourself with AI capabilities, learning how to work with AI systems, when to use AI, when to rely on human judgment. Think about it like learning a new language, but you're not learning Spanish or German or French, rather you're learning how to interact with smart computer systems. And third competency is being human ready. It's about developing our own unique human capabilities that AI cannot replicate. These include genuine creativity, critical thinking, and social authenticity. And from leadership perspective, it would mean motivation, conflict resolution, and team building. Because these are the things AI cannot replicate. We as humans are going to be valued much more on these unique human competencies. To develop these competencies, we must look at how do we reform our education system. And I must say that I'm really happy and encouraged by the words of a distinguished speaker from AICTE, how the government is really initiating a lot of things to reform education in our own country. My 2 cents about this education reform. First, we have to start using AI more and more as a smart learning companion. Because AI can really provide personalized learning courses. It will understand, interacting with you, what you already know and what you want to learn, and very, very quickly curate a personalized learning course. AI-based learning systems would be available on demand wherever you are, even in the remote places of our country, thereby really making it extremely widespread used. or usable. AI can do 4 things very differently compared to how human-based education systems have been working so far. First, it can break down problem into number of smaller steps. Second, it can explain the same topic in different ways in a Q&A mode until you actually learn it. 3, it can brainstorm with you for your academic project or to help build a research paper. And 4th, it can even help you to learn new language by adapting to your accent and giving culture and nuances. Keep in mind, AI is not going to replace the teachers. Teachers are gonna more focus on the human aspects of deeper learning, encouragement, empathy, and future guidance to the students. We need new kind of learning programs that combine 3 things. First, use of scientific data curated with the help of AI. 2, explore finding the solution using human creativity. And 3, adapt those solutions and new information as new requirement emerges. Moving from education to the world of organization, there is also a profound transformation happening. On organization side, we as leaders need to start accepting AI and AI-driven insights. And at the same time, we need to help employees overcome their fear of losing their jobs. We need to make consistent and clear communication about our policy of using AI solutions and technologies. We need to introduce new roles as well as new compensation plans, because there will be clearly distinguished human workforce across using AI versus not using AI. We are already looking at massive efficiency improvement through the use of workflows, automation, AI agents, so on and so forth. We have to now look at HR also from a different perspective, where HR will have to look at a collaborative workplace environment in which AI works on the data processing and initial drafts, while humans provide strategic direction and nuanced decisions. As our own global CEO, Mr. Pascal Dalloz, recently said, this organization transformation will not be top-down. It will be bottom-up, and our employees will play a huge role for it. That's why within our own organization, now we have rolled out a virtual companion for our software engineers. There are roughly 1,700 internal users of this AI companion, which is helping them in smart code generation, real-time debugging, and AI-driven quality assurance. Beyond that, we have also put together what we call as idea to impact funnel, in which all employees are encouraged to submit their own AI ideas and concepts that are then reviewed by our technical council to move forward into actionable items. I believe we have to definitely turn our biggest AI fears into exciting chances of growth. To remove this fear, I have 3 suggestions, and very simple ones. First, look at AI as a child. It's observing us, learning from us, mimicking us, so it's up to us how we want to raise this child. 2, look at AI as an assistant on steroids. It's fast, it's tireless, and it makes us work smarter, not harder. And 3, look at AI as a tool to enhance your productivity, knowledge, and most importantly, win the most precious commodity, that is time. Keep very clear thought in your mind that AI is not here to take your job. AI is here to help you make your job better, and AI is here to move you, to push you towards a better job. Apart from this corporate job that I have as a CEO, I am also a certified professional coach. And during my coaching journey, I had a very important lesson that coaching is not about giving the right answers, but it's about asking the right questions. So similarly, while working with AI, we will have to build this new skill of asking the right questions to AI. It needs curiosity, flexibility, and patience. And as numerous science fiction movies have shown us, AI will make humans realize the value of being a human. As we are progressing towards Viksit Bharat 2047 vision, I think there are many imperatives for our own country. We have some very important positives. First, we have the largest population on the planet. It is the biggest database available for developing an impactful AI. Second, we have a huge diversity, but then it calls for building our own large language models free of biases. Third, we have young workforce. So this is very technically savvy and very eager to learn workforce, and a lot of students as well, and they are highly adaptable. And fourth, I believe we are having a second mover advantage. I don't call it as a first mover, but a second mover advantage. Very similar to what happened with mobiles in our country, where we leapfrogged many, many years compared to the developed world. So sometimes for developing countries like India, second mover advantage is very, very important. At the same time, we have to keep in mind a couple of risks. First, data privacy for citizens, and now it is starting to get addressed through the new laws, and misinformation campaigns that can create conflict and violence across the country. But I think we are wise enough as citizens to overcome these risks. I recently attended a conference in which I had an opportunity to listen to Mr. Raghunath Mashelkar talking about his latest book called More from Less for More. Some of you might have already heard or read this book. He beautifully explained two extremes concepts. On one side, there are people who are doing more from more for less. So what they are doing is really building extremely high-tech, extremely high-end innovations, but then they are affordable only to the wealthy people. And on the other side of the spectrum, companies are doing less from less for more. They are doing very low cost, very frugal innovations, but then they lack quality and reliability. And then he said the right path forward is more from less for more, where we have to leverage technology to enhance creativity and efficiency and make it available to the masses. I believe India will use AI as a toolkit for doing more from less for more. As we head towards the AI Impact Summit 2026, I think it's apt to end my speech with the wise words of our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, which he spoke at the AI Action Summit in Paris, February 2025. He said, and I quote, "We are at the dawn of the AI age that will shape the course of humanity. Some people worry about machines becoming superior in intelligence to humans, but no one holds key to our collective future and shared destiny other than us humans. That sense of responsibility must guide us." Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manish Tambe, for your insightful address and for highlighting how digital engineering continues to redefine industrial innovation. I now introduce Mr. Rajesh Khatri, President and Chief Executive Officer, Fiat Automobiles Private Limited. Mr. Khatri is a result-oriented global leader with nearly 4 decades of experience transforming large multi-location operations across automotive, aerospace, and heavy engineering sectors. He has led high-impact turnarounds, capacity expansions, market share growth, and profitable business transformation across organizations. May I now request Professor Dr. Vivek Deshpande to felicitate Mr. Rajesh Khatri. I now invite Mr. Khatri to share his address.
So, distinguished dignitaries on the dais, industry leaders, academicians, policymakers, researchers, and my dear friends. A good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you all. I think it's a privilege to be here at this summit on a theme that is reshaping not only the businesses and economies, but the very nature of human work. And that's why this summit has been rightly designated as human capital in the age of AI. And before I proceed forward, I am reminded while I was sitting here, I was reminded, since I am from the automobile industry, I was reminded that the automobile industry is all about horsepower, which is first under the hood. You know what I mean, under the hood? Yeah? The engine is always under the hood, for those who are not familiar with the terminology, yeah? And now, it is the code. And in today's context, I think we are all refining the engine, but how many of us are worried about training the drivers? Today the car has become a software on wheels. It's no longer a piece of metal on wheels. It's a software on wheels. But how many, we ourselves, I mean, we produce cars, right? We produce cars which are highly sophisticated, but how many of us worry about training the people as to how to use them? I think we all learn, I'm pretty sure, even on the, forget about the cars, take your own mobile phone. How many of us are aware of all the features in the mobile phone? We are still not aware of it. We are all hooked to it. Yeah, there's a joke that I was going through this morning itself, that, you know, just try to imagine all human beings, you know, and normally the jokes are all about a picture where you can visualize. All of us are moving in a crowd and on a railway station or in a bus. Everyone is, you know, hooked to the phone. Everyone is looking at the phone. And whilst we are doing all that, the machines are learning. The machines are learning. All the distinguished speakers said that, you know, we need to really accelerate. The AI is accelerating, right, at an unprecedented pace. But we as humans probably are busy trying to use it only at a very superficial level, at a preliminary level. So, as they say, today AI is not just a technological revolution, it is a human capital revolution. It has moved very, very quickly from the research laboratories to the boardrooms, to the factory floors, to the hospitals, to the farms. Today, you know, pesticides are being put by the drones, right? But I'm pretty sure that, you know, very few of the farmers know how to use it. The infrastructure would be struggling. As I also again am reminded of the fact that, you know, I spent or more than a decade in the automobile industry, but I have been following it up for a very, very long time. And this is one sector that has lived with automation for more than maybe 2 or 3 decades. We saw the robots taking over the welding lines in the paint shops. There were huge fears of job losses. But did that happen? I think the roles only changed. We only replaced the people who were holding the welding torches with maybe, you know, better qualified people who could analyze, who could program the robots, and who could focus more on quality. So there are many fears which normally we have when a new technology is getting introduced, which are unfounded. And that's human nature, because that's someone talked about the change management, right? When anytime we are talking about change, I think we are reluctant. And this is one of the biggest changes that is happening in our, let's say, the 4th or 5th industrial revolution that we are talking about. I would say that, you know, 77%, in fact, this is in the domain, 77% of the global companies are already adopting, you know, in one way or the other, the AI technology. And whilst we are doing that, virtually every industry, from finance to logistics, is feeling the impact of it. And while our technology, we are technology abundant, AI-ready talent is scarce. More than 9 out of 10 companies which is implementing the AI technologies is feeling that they are not ready for the talent which is required to run that. And that is something which is very, very, shall I say, very, very precarious state that we are in. I was just sharing it just before this meeting, that, we are colloquially, or the way we introduce new projects, we introduce a project and then think about using it much later. And case in point could be that, we introduce, and I'll once again go back and recall, when into early 2000s, there was a dot-com, not bust and boom, but I'm talking about the computerization era that started in late 90s and early 2000. We were all fearful about the job losses which would be there because of the introduction of computers. Computers in a normal sense is a very preliminary form of AI. It's automating your calculations, right? And it's also helping us to work in some way or the other, though it is not predictive, which is where the AI took the lead. But even then, when the computerization came in, the job losses, maybe the jobs changed, the roles changed, it enabled us to make use of the computers better. But still, I would say that, it has taken us a very, very long time to really make use of those computers in the right way. I think even today, our curricula are not tuned to prepare the, let's say, the youngsters, right from their schooling age, for using the computers or for leveraging the computers. Forget about using the computers, for leveraging the computers. We are talking about AI. We are not even trained for using computers. So this is where it is a precarious situation that we are in as far as the curricula is concerned. And this is a urgent call to the industry. Before I proceed forward, I think a lot has been talked about the advantages of AI. May I also draw your attention that in some of the studies that have been forecasting, by 2030, almost $15.7 trillion of capital is going to get added to the global economies. And for India alone, by 2035, almost around $1 trillion is going to get added because of AI. So there's a huge opportunity. But what is the paradox? The paradox is basically that we are actually technology abundant, but talent scarce. The velocity of disruption is outpacing the pace at which we reskill or we upskill. And that is what is biggest call for action that we need to recognize. Almost 40 to 50% or 45% of all the core skills are expected to change over the next 5 years. And most of our education and training systems still update the curricula once in maybe 5 to 7 years. And our, let's say, the entire qualification systems are annual. Today, probably they need to be even shorter because we're talking about skills. Now, I would like to draw your attention to one more hidden crisis that is underlying. And that is that AI is actually not eliminating jobs evenly across the ladder. Now, what do I mean by that? It is primarily taking away the jobs at the entry level, the step that once used to be the apprenticeship for professionals. I think all of us sitting in this room have gone through the apprenticeship, our initial years of formation, the formative years that we call. In fact, many of us, when we have done the engineering, we have gone through the internships, spending our holidays in the factories and trying to learn. I was fortunate enough to be a production engineer, so I did not have the privilege of having any holidays, because throughout our holidays we were supposed to be doing our internships and doing the trainings in some companies. But that was the pain that we went through, but I do recognize that that is what actually made us learn. And rightly so, today the fundamental tasks like basic data reconciliation, you would have the first draft of reports, you would have analysis, these are all getting eliminated by the AI. In my industry, a young engineer would join an organization and try to design a simple bracket or do a first cut analysis. That is the first entry level job that an engineer may have in the design department. If AI does that instantly, how does that engineer expect to design a chassis? Forget about chassis, in future he'll design a car. But if he has not had the first line experience of designing simple things, how do we expect? And this is the biggest problem that is there, I would say, which is emerging and is not recognized by many of us. It is through these activities that young professionals would learn their craft, working under guidance, making small mistakes, and building judgment. When these foundation tasks disappear without redesigning the roles, companies start to question the entry-level hiring itself. And that is what I call it or define it as the entry-level cliff. This very opportunity, if it is taken away from the youngsters, I am afraid that we are going to, the future generations are not going to be equipped to be very efficient leaders or managers in their own field. And this is a challenge that we need to overcome. Many of us have spoken about the human advantage. I would like to elaborate a little bit more on this. As AI becomes capable, or rather I would say more capable, it is tempting to assume that it will be able to work, if not better than humans, at least like humans. This is the fear all of us carry. But when we look very closely to the nature of human intelligence, the picture is very clear. In an age of intelligent machines, human capabilities become rather more valuable and not less. And many of us have already talked about the various capabilities of a human being. AI recognizes patterns very efficiently, but it does not understand the purpose. It does not feel the empathy. It does not exercise wisdom. It does not create original meaning. These capabilities remain distinctly human. Machines can optimize, only humans decide what is worth optimizing. I think AI can suggest solutions, but only humans can judge which ones align with ethics, safety, culture, community, and long-term impact. Again, an example, an AI can optimize a car for speed. Only a human decides to limit that speed for safety and public trust. And it is very incidental, actually, because these unfounded fears, I would like to, try to keep them at bay. I would say that, to sum up this topic, before I come to that topic, I will say the winning workforce of tomorrow is the one that knows only how to code, not the one that knows only how to code or use the AI tools. It is the workforce who knows how to think, how to create, how to collaborate, and how to lead. And as they often say, AI will master the how, humans will lead with the why, right? And it is very incidental that yesterday there was this article in the newspapers, okay, in the Times of India, which is reading as follows, and I would like to narrate this because it's I was amused and astonished at the synchronicity of the universe, because I was preparing for this and I came across this in the Times of India yesterday, and I'm a very staunch believer of synchronicity. So it reads as follows. Some of the key excerpts, I'm going to take your time reading this. You all can refer to it and read it. It's a very interesting article, very pertinent to this summit and probably the final summit in February. The headline is as follows: why robotics pioneer, the Roomba co-creator, is skeptical about his feat. And some of the things that, and for those of you who are not aware, Rodney Brooks is the co-creator of Roomba, and how he created Roomba. Roomba is a vacuum cleaner which is very, very, it's there in every house and probably in Europe and in US, but we are trying to slowly adopt to it. But how he came across this idea, it was only while watching an insect. And an insect, how it works, he tried to question that rather than trying to code the machine for a particular use, he tried to look at the creativity, he tried to look at how insects, when they move around, how they react. And basis that, he designed the Roomba. And today we know that it is a hit. Now, what he says is that making intelligent machines a part of everyday life finds himself playing the skeptic. He's playing the skeptic. The technical investors are pouring billions into the effort, but Brooks argues that general purpose humanoid robots will not be coming home soon, and they are not safe enough to be around humans. There is one other important references that he is building, which is pertinent to this discussion, and I'll skip the other things. Brooks remembers German technologist Ernst Dickmann's self-driving car, which began motoring across Europe in 1987. Now you can imagine the first humanless car which was being tried, tested and driven was in 1987, and today we are talking about autonomous cars well after 40 years, right? And today also it's not 100% perfect. It's still being evolved. He gives another example. He was around when IBM's Deep Blue supercomputer defeated chess grandmaster Garry Kasparov in 1997, and when AI researcher Geoff Hinton predicted in 2016 that radiology would be obsolete in 5 years because machine learning software would do it better. All of these important developments, but drivers, chess players and radiologists are still existing. They are still among us. So when we are talking about, when we are fearing that the robots will be taking away our jobs or they will be impacting us, they are unfounded, at least for now. There is a final remark also which he makes, which may give us some solace, is that Brooks plans to write a book about the nature of intelligence and why humans won't create it artificially for another 300 years, which means we are far, far off. And of course, he has given many examples of how, humans have no formal language for establishing the mechanism of touch, right? So how we feel and touch, that they are not able to decipher the language of intelligence, how a human is able to do it. And that's why they are struggling with how to develop the dexterity, because when the robots are required to work, they are able to work only on specific applications. They are not able to work the way a human being works and tries to do things which are not specified but still out of the way. So that dexterity is missing. And this is a very important thing which came out yesterday, and I thought it was pertinent to talk about it. So going forward, I would say to build an AI superpower, we must first build a human capital superpower. And for doing that, I think there are certain very important things that we must do. We should shift from counting courses to verifying skills. We must shift from counting courses to verifying skills. What does this mean? And even the second point that I'm going to say is also linked to this, so I would go straight away into that. Redesign roles for an AI integrated world. Now, in the organizations, we do hiring, which is basically based on credentials rather than on skills. We don't try to hire for capability clusters. We try to hire for filling certain positions which may be actually outdated, because the skills which are required in the offing are not specifically specified. Okay? Even the skills which are there, which are the education system that we have, too many programs still measure inputs in terms of hours, in terms of certificates, and that's a qualification. So we look only at the qualification. Even for that matter, I keep on telling, and my HR head is here, I keep on discussing with her many times, that the training programs that we do in any of the organization, not only here, I spent 40 years in the industry, and it has been always a pain for me to really find an answer to, as to when you train, generally the HR colleagues and professionals come back and say, these are the many hours of training that we have provided. And I ask a simple question, what is the effectiveness of that? We are not able to measure the effectiveness, and I think this is running across the board. And as far as the skills development is concerned, which is so very pertinent as far as the AI is concerned, I think we need to move over from the certification to the skills intelligence era. Maybe an idea that I'm mooting is that you come out with let's say a digital skill passport, which is nationally recognized. So one could have those qualifications, and these qualification skills need not be only, because as they say, the AI is going on evolving every day. So it's not that what we qualify today is going to hold good 2 years down the line. You may still require to upgrade yourself. The people may still require to reskill themselves. Forget about the employees. Even the educators, they need to upgrade themselves. If they don't, down the line, the students and the future generations, professionals don't, right? So that's very, very important. We rebuild the apprenticeship ladder. It's again so very important because it is, I feel that, you know, I gave the example of we not being able to use the computers effectively. The youngsters still struggle with the MS Office, you know, features. And our schools don't equip them to really master that, though it has become our very nature of work. As we were saying, you know, AI is going to be there in everything that we do. And I'm surprised sometimes, you know, we overuse the AI and we over-depend on the AI. So much so that nowadays when let's say I'm preparing for a certain thing and we are using, you know, you were saying that we can do this, you can go to the ChatGPT, Gemini, Canva and generate the, you know, the outputs in a jiffy. Forget about 3 days, you can do it in few minutes and few hours, yeah? But when I observe the youngsters doing that, what is a simple observation that I have is, they never worry about the spellings. They never worry about the grammatics. They never worry about the sentence that they are building. And I'm surprised when I'm observing them, I said, वो correct हो जाएगा, वो समझ जाएगा. वो तो समझ जाएगा because AI is very intelligent. But you are handing over your destiny to the machine. Right? You are not building your skill or capability. You are developing that. You know, I always keep on saying this first level jobs, what I explained. If say, for example, a person is not making minutes of the meeting, let's assume, yeah? Generally, you give your assistant the task of making minutes of meeting. He is an engineer by the way, okay? Now, if he doesn't make the minutes of meeting, how does he develop the art of listening? When you are in a technical discussion, well, let's assume when we are sitting in a forum like this, and if someone is asked to make minutes of meeting for this, identify all this. So, if the guy is not attentive enough, if the guy is not able to identify, listen carefully, how is he going to take away the key notes which are being spoken about in this meeting? You would have to depend on rerunning it on the YouTube or, you know, reviewing it and spending hours together in trying to capture that, right? And that is the skill that is, I think, missing. And we need to really, I'm saying this in the context of rebuilding the apprenticeship ladder, because it is very, very important. And, you know, coming from the industry, I think the German apprenticeship schemes, they are well known, and we should try to emulate them, though in a digital context. I would also like to encourage saying that the industry and the academicians and the governments should collaborate together to include a course in AI engineering. We have a B in computer science, right? It came in much later after the computers took over. It was a late initiative. But let's learn from our past. Let's have the AI engineering integrated there. It's not about giving the prompts alone. In fact, giving a prompt in the right way is also an art. It's only when you give a proper prompt that you get a proper response, right? So even in that, there is some essence in it, but more about, you know, the engineers need to understand what is going behind the AI, because there's a whole stack which is there, right? Whether it is starting from the base of infrastructure, the languages, and so on. So these are all very, very important things which I think going forward we should try to inculcate. As has already been emphasized, embed ethics into every AI curriculum. And I must only try to exemplify this because, you know, while it was mentioned a lot about it, but I must say that ethics is also coming from the point of view of the fact that since AI is going to impact every aspect of life, whether it is the credit worthiness that we carry, the credits which are given by the banks, the loans which are given by the banks, whether it is jobs, healthcare, and justice for millions, I think AI is going to drive it. And, you know, if AI is not driven carefully, it can be misused. It can impact, it can have a very devastating impact. I'm saying in the general context, in the warfare, I think AI is playing a horrific activity. So ethics is required to be built in the AI. Without ethics, I think capability becomes a risk. This is something which we should note, and we should try to inculcate this right at the initial stage as to, you know, what are the protocols that we need to follow when we are learning and implementing the AI. Inclusive approach, I think everyone has talked about, so I won't re-emphasize on it. I would only like to say that we should not build the future in the image of the present. Today, Diversity is at a very, very low level across the board. And we should not build the future in the image of the present. Diversity and diverse teams build better, unbiased AI and grow the talent pool. Inclusion is not just fair, it's key for economy and innovation. Next, I move to the call to the leadership. There are three imperatives. I think I'm being a little bit more prescriptive than my earlier speakers. They were more polite. They talked about their own experiences within their companies. But since this is a summit, which is going to be providing an input for the major summit, I would like to be a little bit more prescriptive, where I have included three imperatives for the leadership. Leadership across the board in organizations, academia, and the government. I think as far as the organizations are concerned, it is owning the talent agenda. We should treat the skill and human capital as a board level, CEO level objective. It is a high priority item for them. It should not get delegated to the HR as a regular task, which is the way normally we would work. So it is got to be owned at the top. We said it is a bottoms-up approach. Yes, it is, but it is required to be supported from the top. So I think that's where I would like to recommend it. We should collaborate and build ecosystems, which is where strongly we should partner with the universities, institutions, and so on in order to build the curricula and also equip the prospective candidates with all the experience which is required to implement it well. I must also admit, I'm again reminded of a fact that while we talk about robotics, what is my biggest pain if someone would ask today? My biggest pain today is that I have 85% robots on my welding line, right? But I'm struggling to get the right skilled people to maintain them because the PLC competency is missing in all the engineers that we have. And that is where, again, very, very important for us to have a collaborative approach while we are building the ecosystem for building the future leaders and the future engineers within the system. I think it was talked about communicating honestly about AI and work. We should explain how roles will change proactively, what will be automated, and how people will be supported to move up the value chain. A transparency in this, and the key word here is the proactiveness. It is not after having implemented that we go back to them and try to, pacify them. It is supposed to be in a planned manner, and which is what is missing today. So we should do that very, very carefully. I think the future belongs to those who invest in people. India stands at a historic inflection point. Our demographic strength, it was mentioned about earlier, we have a huge 1.4 billion people. And our digital infrastructure, we have one of the best, and I think thanks to the government for having really invested and promoted this. One of the best examples is the UPS systems that we have, and as a result of which we have adopted, probably we are the fastest growing nation as far as that is concerned. And the entrepreneurial energy, these give us a window of opportunity no other nation has. And that's why we are seeing all the GCCs. Now, that again brings me to another very important thing. You see, some of the IT sector is being represented here, right, by Praveen, who are the co-sponsors for this event. And a few months back, we had seen massive layoffs in one of the major IT companies. I wouldn't like to name, but you all know, 12,000 people laid off. It is a massive one. And you see this. Again, this is synchronicity at play. This is the leaflet which normally comes in the newspapers. Sometimes you get it mainly for the real estate advertisements or the education universities and the schools and all. But this is the paper that I have seen. I will read it for those who are not able to see it from there. AI is evolving fast. Let's make sure dignity evolves faster. Yeah? And this is printed by whom? This is printed by AIPC, All India Professionals Congress. It is getting politicized and it is creating, of course, for the right reasons or wrong, I don't want to enter into that, but the fact still remains that there are the losses which are there, not necessarily only because of the AI, it could be for many other reasons, but the fact still remains that we need to work on this very, very quickly. And one of the things which I would like to emphasize is the sense of urgency, because as I was sharing just before this meeting, Bharat, that most of the initiatives that we implement in the country, they get planned much later. They get implemented much earlier. Like I was giving an example. We were discussing the airport in Bombay, New Bombay, Navi Mumbai. The airport is operational, but we don't know how to get there. Yeah, the infrastructure for people to travel from, let's say, the main city Bombay, if they have to go there, it is very, very cumbersome. So that's just a very naive example that I'm sharing, because that came up for the discussion. But the true essence of what I'm trying to say is that the sense of urgency that is required is very, very fast, because if we don't act on this very quickly, this itself, if we start today, it's going to take a few years. It's not going to change overnight. But at least let's start now. Otherwise, it is going to create a massive illusion within the entire ecosystem, where there will be tremendous job losses being taken because of this. Because AI today is not like the way computers came in. AI is today all pervasive. It is there in every activity that we are doing. Everyone is using it in one way or the other. So it calls for a sense of urgency. We are no longer asking, will AI change our lives? We are asking, how fast, how deep, and how positively can we harness it? The nations that lead the AI century will be those that treat human capital as their most strategic asset. So that's where we need to champion, the leadership needs to champion one activity, at least, in order to promote the human capital in AI. Finally, to sum up, I would say, if we design boldly, invest wisely, and collaborate deeply, the AI era will not diminish human potential. It will only amplify it. Technology may shape the tools of the future, but people will shape the future itself. With that, I would like to thank all of you all. I would like to thank the Vishwakarma University for having given me the opportunity. And also I would like to thank all of you all for the patient listening. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh Khatri, for highlighting the importance and need for human capital training and development, which is relevant to the age of AI. Our next keynote speaker is Mr. Praveen Kulkarni, Vice President and Delivery Head, SAP Infosys, and Development Center Head, Pune Phase 2 and Mumbai. Mr. Kulkarni is a seasoned technology leader with over 34 years of experience driving large-scale digital transformation across IT, manufacturing, banking, and high-tech sectors globally. At Infosys, he has led significant revenue growth while enhancing operational excellence, talent development, and enterprise-wide collaboration. May I now request Professor Mukund Kulkarni to felicitate Mr. Praveen Kulkarni. I now invite Mr. Praveen Kulkarni to share his address.
Okay, keeping at the time, I've just asked ChatGPT to give me a 2-page summary, and that's it. So please be, I had plenty of things to learn being at the stage, and I just would like to see a few things that were talked about today, just reiterating some of them. It says, today the challenge is we are all learning at the same time. I think Bharat Agarwal sir talked about that. Truly students, faculty, government, industry, everybody is learning AI today at the same time. I think Mr. Luthra talked about the benefit of AI should be equitable, and truly, things are changing so rapidly for everyone. It sort of creates a fear in all of us. Will it be, 4 or 5 years down the line, will the benefits across India, will it be equitable, or will it not? I think Manish talked about saying, look at the AI from the positive angle, right? Look at it as a companion. I think Rajnikant Bera, who just had to leave, said AI will impact everyone. It will create anxiety, and we as managers will have to explain this to each and every. There's a lot of perspectives, but good morning everyone, all the dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries off the dais, Vishwakarma Institute of Technology, Vishwakarma University, AICT, CTI. Thank you very much for giving us an opportunity. What I did looking at the time, I just requested ChatGPT saying, give me what are the top 3 things out of the 5-6 pages that I had that I wanted to talk about. I think I wanted to reiterate the good news that Mr. Luthra talked about this morning, a little earlier, that the Stanford University recognized India as the 3rd most vibrant AI economy or the country, placed just below US and China. And I'm saying, why should we be 3rd? Why should we not be number 1? We all talk about the young student and the young population in this country. In some other CII forum, I talked about this age of 35. After 35, and just look at, most of us are about 35 here. After 35, we go back and comment saying that, oh, in my days, this is how it used to be. Today, everything is changed, right? After 35, we want things to remain the way it used to be for us. And if there are few below 35, they are the most energetic citizens, energetic students who wants to change everything. So call it true or false. I'm just calling it, I'm promoting the myth that at 35 and above, you don't want world to change. And if you're below 35, you want the world to change, or you want to change the world, right? Now, if our population, average population is below 28, 29, then why shouldn't be India the country who should be the number 1 in that ranking a year, 2 years down the line? It's clearly looking at investments, it's clearly looking at the collaboration, it's clearly looking at ecosystem. Today, India is having everything. In IT services, in business process management, India leapfrogged and became number 1 in late 90s, when they were developed countries. India came from behind. I think we have another opportunity to do the same in AI also. And I think this AI pre-summit and the AI Impact Summit that's going to happen in February is going to be, will give that a big impetus to this for India in 2026 and 2027. I hope so. I'm just going to talk about 3 things. And a lot of you talked about how your organizations are adopting AI. Today I also want to talk about, and hopefully some learnings that academicians, the universities, the colleges can adopt, some of my peers in the industry can adopt, and some of the students sitting in the audience can adopt. There are 3 things I'm going to talk about. One is work, workforce, and workplace. How is that getting changed because of AI, right? AI is no longer a future disruptor. It is today's co-creator. That's how I want to look at it. As an enterprise embracing AI, and I'm referring to Infosys here, embracing AI strategies, the question isn't just about technology, it's about how we reimagine work, empower the workforce, and redesign workplace for human plus AI era. If any of you can do a Google and find out what's Infosys's purpose or what's Infosys's mission, you will see it talk about magnifying human potential or amplifying human potential. This is why we believe we are here. Infosys's mission is to amplify human potential. Let me first dwell on the first one, work. Reinventing how we deliver. Right? So we wanted to go back and look at from the IT services perspective and see what work, has the work and the work content itself changed? If today Gen AI can write code, do we really have a place for software developers? Those were the questions. Or will it significantly reduce? My colleague here on the stage talked about and referred to another company letting go 2% of their organization. Question is, how will it redefine the software services industry itself? Right? So work is being reshaped from rigid processes to intelligent adaptive systems. And particularly at Infosys, we are embedded AI into every DNA of the delivery, everything that we do. And luckily, we have a visionary chairman, Mr. Nandan Nilekani. I don't think he needs any introduction in this audience. 2 years back, he pushed the organization in one of our annual strategy retreat and said it has to be an AI-first organization. I still remember this, January 23, and we are here now in December 25. Literally 3 years back, 2.5, 3 years back, he challenged all of us and said, make everything, so, before you go and teach or tell the customer that you do this, AI is coming, it will change your world, he said, eat your dog food. If you're going to preach something, try to preach it to yourself and your organization. Make sure that you first start practicing those. So the first point was AI first delivery model. Every stage of SDLC, that is software development life cycle, and operations now leverage AI through Infosys Topaz, it's a brand. It's nothing else but a collection of AI use cases for various industries, right? And we collectively refer internally it as Infosys Topaz. And the agentic AI foundry that is created within the labs, basically within Infosys, and the automation playbook, driving speed, quality, and resilience. So we want to make sure that Infosys Topaz and the agentic AI foundries, the labs that were created, is driving our software development life cycle. It will drive the speed, it will increase the quality, and bring in the resilience in what we deliver to our customers. We all have heard about software as a service. We are now internally trying to reimagine this as a software approach. What does that mean? Traditionally, services are transforming into modules, right? AI-driven components for IT, business ops, and engineering, making delivery composable and scalable. So you can actually imagine software service as composable and as scalable models or components that can be scaled and scaled much faster. We are now requesting each one of you to really look at our Infosys Topaz fabric and how we are trying to re-envision this whole service as a software. There is a new approach that's been talked about within Infosys. We are taking it to our customers and telling them how we can provide them software as a service in a much more scalable way. We are also looking at rapid prototyping culture. Today, at the end of this session, all of you will be looking at vibe coding. I have Abhijit. Abhijit, if you can raise your hand. We'll take a workshop today for an hour as to how do you rapidly do certain things. A lot of people talked about if you're listening to the customer, and if you can't take minutes of the meeting or you're not paying attention, things like that. We are internally experimenting, saying that if I can record the conversation with my customer, where I'm having a conversation about what's your requirement, what do you want me to do as a software services industry, the AI software will create minutes of the meeting for you. So you may not be paying attention to what client is responding to the last T, but somebody is recording it, and it will make sure that each and every point that customer gave as a requirement is captured as part of the final summary, which is what I have also did. What I'm talking about or looking at is just the summary of what I really wanted to talk about earlier today. So initiatives like vibe coding workshops foster idea to prototyping cycle, helping teams de-risk investments and accelerate innovations. Something that could be done in multiple workshops over a week now can be done in days, in few hours. You will see it in that 1 hour workshop later today. You will tell the requirements, somebody can immediately prototype. I can quickly show it to you. You can say, no, I want this, I want to change that. You can immediately go back and look at it. Today, when customers visit us in Infosys, they come back with a problem statement. We walk them through. Our team parallelly goes while we are walking them through about few other topics. They do the vibe coding, come back in the afternoon, tell the customer saying that this is what we heard in the morning. Is it close enough? Is it 80, 90, 95% of what you talked about in the morning? So you come with a problem. By the evening, you go back with a potential solution. We are not saying it is necessarily the solution. And more importantly, in the same work category, responsible AI embedded in workflows. Make sure that the open source toolkits have fairness, privacy, and explainability built into it, right? And there is a tool that we have built, which is now will be publicly available, called AI 3S. And S stands for scan, shield, and then steer the conversation in the right direction. So there are multiple things that are changing the work itself. Let me move on to the second topic, but let me quickly summarize what I was just trying to talk about. Work is no longer about task anymore. It's about orchestrating intelligent workflows that combine human judgment with AI precision. So you will coexist. It is neither just the human or the AI. AI and humans will coexist, where the final judgment will be with the humans. A lot of people come back and ask us, you hire 8,000, 10,000 employees every quarter. 10,000 employees every quarter, that's 90 days in a quarter. You're literally taking in or making, or people are joining you, 100 employees per day. And remember, for one employee, we have to go through 10 interviews. By the time we find the right person with the right skills, we make them offer, they accept the offer, and they join us. I'm talking about 1:10 ratio. So for me to get 10,000 employees join every quarter, I have to actually interview 1 lakh employees every quarter. And that's humongous. Will our employees do the job for customer, or will they continue to interview people who will join us next quarter? Today, the job description is fed into the AI. The person's profile is fed into the AI. AI comes back and says, here are the 10 questions that you should ask Mr. Mukund Kulkarni. In fact, it is not even asking you to do anything. AI will go ahead, sit with you in an interview, will ask those 10 questions, record your reply, and will decide you pass or you don't pass, because it knows what you need and it knows what he got after the interview. If she is selected, you obviously go to round 2. But if she is rejected, it goes to the human, because the final decision or the final judgment has to be with the human. Right? We don't want that person to go to and say, you know what, I thought human was interviewing me. I later on found out it was machine. It was unfair, not good. Let me take them to the court. It doesn't happen that way. So a lot of things. So the machines, the AI is actually enhancing or amplifying your human potential. Moving on to the next topic, or the next point that I wanted to talk about, was the change in the workforce. How we can empower people in this AI era. Technology without talent is half-built bridge. That's how I look at it. The workforce must evolve, sure, from digital literacy to now AI literacy or AI era. That's how we are looking at it. AI fluency is required in each and every role that you do. Not everybody will be the AI builders. Not everybody will be an AI expert. But all of you have to be an AI-aware person. How is AI shaping our world? That is required. So if you look at today, within Infosys, we are making sure all 335,000 employees are AI aware. 50,000 of them are AI builders who will build AI solutions. And probably 1,000 to 2,000 of them are AI experts who can then be experts in the world in any field, or will guide or provide a solution around that. More importantly, we talked about if this AI, if you have to make plenty of them AI aware, you have to have scaled learning platforms. How can you, in fact, make sure that 2-hour, 3-hour, 4-hour AI awareness course is provided to 330,000 employees and get them up to speed, not in years, not in quarters, but in months and potentially in weeks. Right? Because if AI is evolving so fast, and you're saying, oh, this is my 2026 agenda, by end of 2026, you'll be coming up for another agenda, and everybody will be constantly learning. So this is something that has to happen in weeks, in potentially less than a month. So Infosys, there is a platform called Lex. It democratizes AI education, enabling continuous learning anytime, anywhere. It is commercially sold outside to our customers in a different name. Internally, we all have on our cell phones an icon called Lex. If you go outside, we sell it to our customers. It is called Wingspan. And a similar version of that is made available free to all Indian citizens called Infosys Springboard. Infosys has a tie-up with AICTC and multiple other higher education, including schools across India. It was a CSR initiative that started 3 years back. That platform is given to each and everybody free. There are 13,200 courses and increasing day by day. By 2025, we had an ambition to have 15 million people on this particular platform. I'm happy to say we are crossing 18 million by end of this month. 18 million people getting 13,000 plus courses on various topics, including AI, free of cost. There are, depending on your age and the proficiency, you can log in and get yourself trained. Students can do it, college students can do it, professors can do it. We have tie-ups with various colleges across India, and that's the scale. That's how we can quickly scale up and simultaneously, not just 1 lakh, 2 lakh, but crores of people can get onto this particular platform and get up there to quickly learn about what AI is, at least get AI aware, because it's required for each one of us. We talked about academic partnerships, so I'll quickly skip that part. Equity and inclusion. Throughout this Infosys Springboard platform that I just referred to, Infosys extends AI learning to underserved communities, bridging the digital divide. So it's not just those who are coming to the colleges or going to a privileged school. It's available to anybody. Anybody who can just log in or use the internet today, and we keep talking about saying 900 million internet users. Potentially all of them can get onto and create a user ID and password and learn whatever they are looking to learn for. The key message, the future workforce isn't just tech savvy. It's AI ready, inclusive, and are focused on continuous learning. With that, let me move to the third topic. Workplace. How is our workplace changing? So we talked about work, we talked about workforce. Now I want to talk about the workplace. What do I need to do in and around my organization to be AI ready? Workplaces are evolving from physical offices to hybrid AI augmented ecosystems that prioritize trust and collaboration. Hybrid and AI augmented environments. What does that mean? AI agents now support IT operations. Particularly, we provide IT services to our organization, to various organizations. They are automating HR processes, providing collaborative tools, enhancing productivity and employee experience across. It is also, when you look at AI solutions, AI tools, you want it to be secure and ethical at the same time, ethical in culture. Governance frameworks and ethical AI principles are embedded into workplace policies to maintain trust and compliances. So what you really need to look at is, each one of, there are HR managers here, as you make your employees AI aware, as you start providing various tools, you've got to make sure that there is governance framework and ethical AI principles governed in each and everything, including the tools, the policies, your interaction with the employees. That's how you need to shield and create shared values with your employees. More importantly, how would you create collaborative ecosystems? Infosys today is fostering partnerships across industries, academia, government, to build local AI-ready hubs, creating shared values. And I just talked about one example, which was Infosys Springboard, which was a collaboration with the government, which was a collaboration with academia. It's the same tool that we use it for ourselves, and it is the same tool we sell it for money for our customers if they want the better version of the same tool, right? The Springboard is nothing less. It's just that it is hosted and it is made available for citizens in India. We are now looking at and getting queries from countries outside and governments outside if we can make it available to them so that they can scale it faster. The key message here is the workplace of tomorrow is not just a location. It's a living ecosystem where humans and AI co-create value. In my closing remarks and call for action, I would say, as leaders, our responsibility is clear. Reimagine work, workforce, and redesign our workplaces to harness AI responsibly. Let's build organizations where technology amplifies the human potential, where skills are dynamic, values are non-negotiable, and vision is shared. Thank you.
Felicitation. No.
Thank you, Mr. Kulkarni, for showing us how an organization like Infosys, when it is AI-driven, solution-focused, and when adopted across an organization, how it creates equity, how it creates inclusion, how it creates meaningful dialogue within an organization. With this, we conclude our offline keynote sessions and extend our heartfelt appreciation to all our distinguished speakers for their inspiring insights and thought leadership. May we have a big round of applause for all the wonderful speakers that we have had today. I would request the dignitaries on the dais to join us in the audience as we move on to our online session now. Moving on to our next keynote address, it will be delivered by Mr. Rohit Ramanand, Group Vice President and Site Leader India, New Relic. Mr. Ramanand is a senior engineering leader with deep expertise in building and scaling global digital platforms across e-commerce, observability, and product monetization. We are indeed grateful to have Mr. Rohit Ramanand join us online.
Hello. Oh, sir.
Hello, sir, can you hear me? Hello.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing a bit of an echo. Is everyone hearing me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to be here. Sorry I couldn't make it to be with all of you in person. I am going to join you online today. I'd like to start by thanking, Vishwakarma University, AICTE, the Infosys team, for having me here today. It's wonderful to be with all of you to talk about this very, very important topic. We've heard a group of fantastic speakers before me.
Recording in progress.
I always say it's harder to speak after everyone has spoken because they've already said all the great things before me and many of the things that I wanted to say as well. But having said that, I'd like to start by talking about a paradox that definitely keeps me up at night, and I'm sure keeps many of you up at night as well. Currently, we stand at the threshold of the most important transformative era in human history. AI can now write code, diagnose diseases, generate art, analyze financial markets, tasks that we all considered purely human just a few years ago. And yet, contrary to what the headlines suggest, this isn't a story of human obsolescence, it's a story of human reinvention. To understand why, we need to go back about 270 years. Just imagine the year 1760. You're a skilled in England. Your family has been in this craft for generations. You've mastered the years of working the loom. Your livelihood is secure. You have status, you have expertise. And then within decades, 3 innovations arrive: the spinning jenny, the power loom, and the steam engine. Suddenly, your skills are worthless. What you took a year to master, a machine can do in an hour. Thousands of workers face displacement, and some of them riot. And in that age, they call themselves the Luddites. Now, here's the important bit. The Luddites were not anti-technology. They weren't anti-displacement. They saw their world ending, and they had every reason to be anxious. Their fear was rational. But here's what they couldn't see. 85% of the British workforce at that time was agricultural. By 1850, that number had fallen to 50%. They were right to fear displacement, but the total employment did not drop. It soared. Factory systems needed supervisors, engineers, machine operators. Cities exploded with growth, creating demand for teachers, students, architects, shopkeepers. Textiles definitely became cheaper because of the machinery that was launched, which freed up the consumer for spending on other goods like furniture, ceramics, tools, and creating entirely new industries. By 1850, the British workforce had not shrunk, it had transformed. And for the first time in human history, a broad middle class emerged. Living standards doubled, literacy rates soared, humans found more meaningful work than ever before. So the Luddites were right about one thing: their world was ending, but they were wrong about the ending itself. They predicted unemployment, instead they got jobs, different jobs, in different places, requiring different skills. Today, we face a similar moment, and I'm here to tell you that we should learn from the past and not repeat the mistakes that happened over there. The future of human capital depends on 3 things: understanding the pattern, redefining our value, and acting now. And just to be clear on the numbers, because they matter, in the Industrial Revolution era, 85% of the agricultural workforce reduced to 50% in a few years. That's a 35% point shift in workforce composition in roughly 100 years. Did the jobs disappear? Yes, they did. Did total employment drop? No, it increased. So today in the AI era, there are companies that are predicting there are X percentage of jobs that might get lost as a result of AI. It does sound big sometimes, but there are also jobs that are getting created, and millions of jobs that are getting created. And there are more jobs that are getting created than that are getting displaced. Now the catch, and this is critical, is that the jobs being destroyed and the jobs being created are not the same jobs. They are not in the same place, they do not require the same skills, and they're not in the same time frame. The Industrial Revolution unfolded over 50 odd years, but today's transition is compressed into 3 to 5 years, and that's the real challenge. Not whether new jobs will exist. History says they will, but whether we can transition fast enough. So what's left for humans if machines do all the work? And I want to be very specific here about 5 areas that I feel would be very, very valuable. The first one, think about this, right? AI can optimize supply chains perfectly. AI can analyze thousands of variables, recommend mathematically optimal solutions. But a supply chain manager must navigate regulatory constraints, geopolitical risk, vendor relationships, shareholder expectations, and often with incomplete information. That's judgment. And that's irreplaceably human. I used to work at a large retailer many years ago, and the AI systems recommended one solution. But the supply chain leader in that case chose a different path because she understood these political relationships, regulatory history, and the customer psychology that the AI model could not capture. She was right, and the company thrived, competitors stumbled. Think of this scenario. AI can analyze a loan application and predict default risk with 99% accuracy. It's remarkable. But the next question, should that person get the loan, is not a technical question. It's a values question. The AI sees the data, high risk profile, recommend decline. The human sees the context, recently unemployed, has a job offer starting next month, strong family support network, person is low risk despite the credit score. Same data, different values. Machines don't have values. Humans do. And value-based decision making is increasingly important as AI systems affect people's lives. AI can remix patterns brilliantly. Show it 1 million images, it will generate 1,000 more in the style of those images. Remarkable. But can it imagine what doesn't exist? Can it envision a new category? And this is really, if you go back in time, Steve Jobs didn't invent the touchscreen that existed. He didn't invent digital music. He didn't invent tablets or smartphones, but he synthesized them into the iPhone. And that creative leap created an industry worth trillions and millions of jobs. That synthesis has the ability to say, what if we combined X, Y, and Z in a way that no one has tried? That's creative and it's hard to automate. I've worked with CEOs, CIOs, CTOs of some of the world's largest banks. And you know what keeps them awake at night? Not AI models. It's actually regulatory relationships, board management, investor relations, talent retention. All of these are human problems. During the pandemic, which CEOs thrived? I think the ones who could communicate authentically with distributed teams, who could navigate existential business questions in real time, and those who maintained trust when everything was uncertain. Machines can assist communication. Machines can analyze sentiment. But humans must lead those critical relationships, and that is irreplaceable. Now, adaptive learning and continuous reinvention is a meta skill. There are jobs of 2035 that don't exist today. AI will be better at technical tasks in 2035. We know that, and we can predict that. But here's what machines cannot do. They can't adapt to a world that's fundamentally different from their training data. A neural network trained on 2024 data will become obsolete when the world changes. Humans can adapt. We've demonstrated this. 5 years ago, many of us didn't use LLMs. Probably none of us did. Yet we've learned how to integrate these tools into our daily workforce and workflow and into all the work that we're doing. That's called adaptive learning. And that's a human superpower. A large organization employed thousands of search engineers. What was their job? Optimizing the algorithm, improving the click-through rates, increasing the relevance of the search. It was technical, demanding, but valuable work. But then AI really got really good at this job. And today, they have fewer pure search engineers, but their overall headcount has doubled. Why? Because AI has absorbed the routine optimization work, but freed human to do things that machines can't. Build trust with enterprise clients, navigate ethical challenges. Some of the earlier speakers talked about navigating the ethical challenges of AI systems, designing responsible AI architectures, mentoring junior engineers, building product strategies, and shaping company culture. It's not that those search engineers became obsolete. It is that their value shifted. The ones who asked, how do I work with this technology, not against it, thrived. Those who tried to compete on the old terms, who tried to write better code than AI, probably suffered. That's the pattern. Technology eliminates categories of work, but it creates opportunities for humans to do higher value work if they develop the capabilities to do it. So I want to address, a few categories of, people we have in the audience today. We definitely have a lot of students, we have academia, and we have folks from the industry. Let me talk, what should students do at this point of time with the advent of the AI era? Now, as students, you're going to hear 1,000 voices telling you to learn machine learning, Python, neural networks, and some of you should, but that is not the universal answer. Instead, start here and ask yourself, what sector fascinates me? Healthcare, finance, climate, manufacturing, retail? How will AI transform that sector? What will humans do when AI handles diagnostics or risk analysis or supply chain optimization? Then, develop the human skills most valuable in that transformed landscape. For example, a medical student should understand how AI diagnostic systems work. Your edge comes from asking bigger questions. How do we ensure equitable access? How do we maintain the human element of medicine when diagnosis is automated? How do we retain radiologists? Those are the questions that would drive impact. The second, and I heard some of our previous speakers talk about this as well, develop judgment. This is much harder than learning Java or Python. Read widely, study history, understand how institutions work, study decision making. An intern who learns Excel formulas is probably replaceable in 2 years. But an intern who understands how leaders think through capital allocation, risk, returns, becomes really invaluable to an organization. Then invest in soft skills intentionally. You'll spend a large part of your career writing emails, proposals, reports. AI can help you draft them. But can you write persuasively, clearly, compellingly? Is left to you. Learn to tell stories with data. Just looking at data and, for example, saying our churn rate is 5% is just data. But if you are able to articulate that story better in terms of meet our top customers at risk of leaving, here's why they're considering competitors, and here's our targeted intervention strategy, is a narrative which will lead to an action, and the first one doesn't. Finally, it's very important to embrace productive friction. Don't use ChatGPT or any of the other LLMs just to answer questions faster. Ask yourself, what is that tool not good at? What edge cases might it miss? Where is the bias? And that is how you develop judgment. Switching to my friends in the academia, your role is not to race against AI to teach faster. AI will always be better at information transfer. Your role would be to develop human capabilities that AI will never replicate. First, AI integrates literacy across all programs, not just computer science. We need to make sure that we integrate AI literacy across all different programs. A marketing student should understand AI's capabilities in customer analytics. An English major should know how generative AI affects creative work and what human creativity offers that machines don't. A policy student should understand governance challenges of AI deployment. The goal is everyone becomes an AI expert. And the goal is everyone develops AI intuition, understanding what AI is good at, what it's not good at, and how to harness it responsibly. We also need to build curriculum around skills AI cannot replicate. Asking better questions, navigating ambiguity, building ethical frameworks, synthesizing across domains, communicating with diverse audiences, building a path of continuous learning. If your curriculum is primarily about information transfer, then you're going to lose to the LLMs very quickly. Redesigning towards capability development will keep it essential and keep it effective and keep it relevant. Emphasizing apprenticeship is very important. An internship where a student watches a senior leader navigating a crisis, making a hard call, having to live with the consequences, that's education. A case study about what happens when a company makes a poor decision due to ethical oversights is also another form of education. And lastly, I think the academia should start partnering more with the industry, bringing those real world challenges into the classrooms and helping students see the mistakes organizations make, the opportunities they miss, and all of that is irreplaceable. I'd also like to focus on our industry leaders and say that reskilling is not optional here. It's a competitive advantage. The math is simple, and I did some rough math on my own. Training an existing employee to do new higher value work is probably costs us less. It costs anywhere between, in my calculations, $5,000 to $10,000, less amount of time, about 6 months of time. As you recruit, onboard, and retain external talent, it costs you a lot more over a longer period of time, and you also lose a lot of institutional knowledge. So the question is, should we lay off the radiologist who's displaced by AI diagnostics or hire them as an AI clinical validation specialist? Same person, different role. Now their job is reviewing edge cases, using the AI system which is built, and ensuring that it doesn't make any catastrophic errors, and helping to train that next generation that's required. And suddenly now you have a workforce that's not displaced, but elevated. Do this across your organization, and you can actually end up, helping people move from simple cost reduction to actual innovation. Measuring human capital return on investment is important, and not just cost savings. Most organizations track the cost saved by automation. Smart organizations track value created by enabling humans to do higher value work. Did that displaced team become a center of excellence? Did your talented people stay, grow, and become leaders? Did you maintain the culture that drives competitiveness? If you look into history and the early 2000s, a lot of companies started automating aggressively, cut costs dramatically, and many of them actually didn't quite recover. There are other companies, and I'm not going to name them here, that took a different approach where they looked at careful downsizing, systematic upskilling, and maintaining the culture of their industries and organizations. And you can go back and look at some of those examples and see which companies are thriving today. But I want to resolve the paradox that I opened with. Yes, AI can do what we once thought only humans could. In a way, that's terrifying. But in another way, it's actually liberating. It's terrifying because the transition will be disruptive. Some people will lose jobs. Some sectors will shrink. That's real, and we should be honest about it. But it's liberating because for the first time in human history, we can choose to do what makes us human, not survival, not routine work, but judgment, creativity, connection, and growth. These are essentially human, and they're increasingly valuable. My example from earlier, the Luddites didn't have a choice. Their world was transforming. They had to adapt or suffer. We have a choice. We can shape the transition or be shaped by it. To the students, don't panic about AI stealing your jobs. Panic about becoming irrelevant. And fix it by developing judgment, creativity, and the ability to learn continuously. To the academicians, your role isn't to race against AI to teach faster, but your role is to develop human capabilities that AI will never replace. Do that, and you remain essential. To our industry leaders, the companies that thrive won't be the ones that automate best. They'll be the ones that elevate their people the best. Invest in human capital like your business depends on it, because it does. And lastly, every transformation brings fear. The Industrial Revolution brought fear. The steam engine brought fear. The internet brought fear. And every time humans adapted, humans learned, and humans found new things to do. We will too, but only if we act intentionally starting today. The question isn't, will AI change my job? It will. The question is, will you shape that change or be shaped by it? That choice starts now. I'll end here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me, and it was very nice speaking with all of you today.
Record.
Thank you, Mr. Ramanand, for the wonderful keynote session highlighting the importance of synergy between AI and human capabilities, enabling us to focus on the most poignant aspects of effective usage of AI. As we reflect on how organizations are nurturing innovation and preparing for people for AI-driven future, one initiative that truly exemplifies this spirit is TechZuka at Infosys. TechZuka at Infosys began as a small initiative by technology enthusiasts and has grown into a pan-Infosys technology phenomena, featuring diverse learning platforms such as hackathons, workshops, and quiz. It has successfully democratized innovation, fostered wide collaboration with industry and educational partners, and reached over 60,000 technology enthusiasts in the past year alone. With the 2025 theme, Building the AI Runways, TechZuka aims to prepare the organization to confidently navigate the future of artificial intelligence. AI is not just a trend, it is the future. Through this pre-event partnership with India AI Summit, a flagship initiative of Government of India, TechZuka 2025 is setting a new benchmark for purposeful and impactful technological celebrations. As we acknowledge these impactful efforts that celebrate innovation, collaboration, and future readiness, it is now our privilege to recognize the leaders who continue to guide and inspire this journey. I request Mr. Praveen Kulkarni to kindly felicitate the esteemed dignitaries with mementos. Do we have anyone from Infosys in this crowd? Okay. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead with the memento presentation after a short tea break and networking. Let us all proceed towards a 10 minutes tea and networking. We'll meet right after 10 minutes by 1 p.m. Thank you.
At Vishwakarma Institutes and University, artificial intelligence forms an integral part of the academic framework. Its principles and applications are embedded across programs, ensuring that students develop responsible, creative, and impactful technological competence.
Campus security relies on manual checks, leading to errors. As part of the AI curriculum at Vishwakarma University, we built an AI-based facial recognition system using OpenCV. It provides high accuracy detection, automated access control, and a dataset is published on Mendeley dataset as a research contribution.
The Inspect Pro Quality Vision AI is a vision software designed for manufacturing industry. The project is deployable on shop floor for seamless quality inspection. It offers features like object detection, anomaly detection, classification, with each model having accuracy over than 98%. The project is currently in deployment phase and can be deployed at any manufacturing industry.
We tackle the problem of rising air pollution with an AI model that detects and predicts pollutant levels in real time, delivering high accuracy and instant response, creating a powerful impact by enabling cleaner air and healthier, smarter environments.
We built an AI-driven mixed reality tool that recognizes machines, gives expert repair steps, and guides the technician using a simple 3D MR model. With 95% accuracy detection, it brings the practical AI to the shop floor, making the maintenance faster and easier.
Vishwakarma Institutes and University has strengthened its industry connect by signing MOUs with several renowned companies. These include Syngenta for MLOps and DevOps collaboration, Encircle for industry-driven projects, along with a Siemens collaboration proposal, Skoda Volkswagen, Willow, and Zensor Technologies. These partnerships open valuable opportunities for students in training, projects, and real-world industry exposure.
Our project tackles crowd congestion using a computer vision model that counts people and detects crowd buildups in real time, helping manage crowds effectively, and also it was deployed at Sri Mahalakshmi Mandir, Sarasbagh, Pune during Navratri.
Our project solves the problem of static learning. We have built an hyper-personalized platform using AI agents to give you a career guidance. It achieved an higher accuracy in skill gap detection. It can be used for your personal growth, interview training, and also build your skills.
Vishwakarma University is home to several prominent centers of excellence that drive innovation, research, and industry-focused learning. These centers actively collaborate with leading foreign universities, strengthening global exposure and academic excellence. Along with this, the university maintains strong international partnerships, giving students access to global learning opportunities, joint research, and international certifications.
AI is changing the gaming world as we speak, from how they are created to how they are played. For example, let's take automated NPC system, automated efficiency system, or automated intelligent NPCs which can react to the realism of a normal person, which can adapt and discover dynamic difficulties related to gameplay.
We address the problem of contaminated wastewater with an AI-driven treatment system that analyzes water quality in real time and optimizes purification steps, achieving high accuracy and efficient processing, ultimately ensuring cleaner water and a safer, sustainable environment.
At Vishwakarma Institutes and University, artificial intelligence forms an integral part of the academic framework. Its principles and applications are embedded across programs, ensuring that students develop responsible, creative, and impactful technological competence.
Campus security relies on manual checks, leading to errors. As part of the AI curriculum at Vishwakarma University, we built an AI-based facial recognition system using OpenCV. It provides high accuracy detection, automated access control, and a dataset is published on Mendeley dataset as a research contribution.
The Inspect Pro Quality Vision AI is a vision software designed for manufacturing industry. The project is deployable on shop floor for seamless quality inspection. It offers features like object detection, anomaly detection, classification, with each model having accuracy more than 98%. The project is currently in deployment phase and can be deployed at any manufacturing industry.
We tackle the problem of rising air pollution with an AI model that detects and predicts pollutant levels in real time, delivering high accuracy and instant response, creating a powerful impact by enabling cleaner air and healthier, smarter environments.
We built an AI-driven mixed reality tool that recognizes machines, gives expert repair steps, and guides the technician using a simple 3D MR model. With 95% accuracy detection, it brings the practical AI to the shop floor, making the maintenance faster and easier.
Vishwakarma Institutes and University has strengthened its industry connect by signing MOUs with several renowned companies. These include Syngenta for MLOps and DevOps collaboration, Encircle for industry-driven projects, along with a Siemens collaboration proposal, Skoda Volkswagen, Willow, and Zensor Technologies. These partnerships open valuable opportunities for students in training,
projects, and real-world industry exposure.
Our project tackles crowd congestion using a computer vision model that counts people and detects crowd buildups in real time, helping manage crowds effectively, and also it was deployed at Shri Mahalakshmi Mandir, Sarasbagh, Pune during Navratri.
Our project solves the problem of static learning. We have built an hyper-personalized platform using AI agents to give you a career guidance. It achieved an higher accuracy in skill gap detection. It can be used for your personal growth, interview training, and also build your skills.
Vishwakarma University is home to several prominent centers of excellence that drive innovation, research, and industry-focused learning. These centers actively collaborate with leading foreign universities, strengthening global exposure and academic excellence. Along with this,
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
International
We now commence panel discussion 1 centered on topic of profound national importance, AI strategy for Viksit Bharat, awareness and impact across the sectors. Yes, sir. Good afternoon all. I request all the dignitaries who are there in the lobby to requesting all of you to please occupy their seats.
Hello.
Requesting all the dignitaries who are there in the lobby, please occupy their seats. We are about to start with the panel discussion 1, that is on AI strategies for Viksit Bharat.
यहाँ पे है, संदीप है, श्रेयस है, ओके ओके, देन मयंक, श्रेयस फिर मयंक, देन
Requesting all the dignitaries in the lobby, please be seated. Please occupy your seats. We are about to start with the panel discussion 1, that is on AI strategies for Viksit Bharat. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Now we commence panel discussion 1, centered on the topic of profound national importance, AI strategies for Viksit Bharat, awareness and impact across the sectors. This session focuses on how strategic AI adoption across the governance, industry and society can strengthen India's journey towards becoming a developed nation by 2047. The discussion will focus on sectoral readiness, scalable innovation, policy alignment, and the role of human capital in driving inclusive and sustainable AI-led growth. We are privileged to be joined by eminent panel leaders and practitioners who are at the forefront of AI-driven transformation across the diverse domain. I welcome Mr. Shreyas Kolhapure, Global Head, Digital Innovation Hub, Sandvik Coromandel, India. Please join us as a panelist. He will share insights on industrial AI, digital innovation, and how advanced technologies can enable national scale transformation. We are pleased to welcome Mr. Mayank Gupta, Senior Leader, AI and Digital Transformation, Manufacturing and Supply Chain, Mahindra & Mahindra. He brings us rich experience in deploying AI across complex manufacturing and supply chain ecosystem. The next joining us is Mr. Salil Bongle, Head of IT and Digital Delivery, Syngenta Group. His perspective will highlight enterprise-level digital delivery, AI adoption and strategies. We also have Mr. Sandeep Sawant, Senior Director, Product Development, BMC Software. With his deep expertise in enterprise technology and product innovation, he will discuss how AI strategies translate into scalable real-world outcomes. Completing the panel 1, I welcome Dr. Vivek Sawant, Chief Mentor and former Managing Director, Maharashtra Knowledge Corporation Limited, MKCL. A pioneer in digital education and e-governance, his insights will uniquely bridge the policy, skilling, and inclusive digital growth. This session will be moderated by Professor Dr. Leena Deshpande, Associate Dean Corporate Relations, Vishwakarma Institutes. She is a distinguished academic leader with extensive experience in technology-enabled education. May I now request all the esteemed panelists and Professor Leena Deshpande ma'am to start with the panel discussion.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Vishwakarma University, Vishwakarma Institute of Technology, Infosys and CII, I welcome you all for this panel discussion. The title, the theme of this panel discussion is very interesting. AI for Viksit Bharat, Awareness and Impact Across Sectors. So India is entering the most transformative decade ever, where AI can uplift industries, empower citizens, accelerate innovations, and redefine our national growth story. So today we are privileged to have all these leaders who are already contributing towards this transformative era. So thank you for joining this panel discussion. And since morning we are hearing very thoughtful, insightful discussions on AI. So I'll not take much time. I'll only ask the questions, and we all would like to hear from all of you, sir. So let's begin with our first question. We'll have 3 rounds. First round will be a common question to all. So my first question to all the participants of all the panelists: What does Viksit Bharat mean to you, and how do you see AI driving India's development by 2047? Maybe we'll start with Shreyas.
So good afternoon all. I firstly thank VIT, CII and all the organizers to having us here. Thanks for having me here. It's a being privileged to be here. So my reflection on the question is, I think I'll build upon two things, is Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India. So I would see AI, if we are able to leverage that as a tool for individuals to innovate more in India. So as a proud Indian, I would really like to see, the products have got not only make in India, but design in India. And I think AI can be a good leveraging tool for that as an individual innovator. I mean, we know we have CII forums, there are different forums where we can talk about innovation and indigenization. But I think there is a still area where individual innovator, and I'm sure everybody sitting here has got a lot of ideas which can solve our social problems or development problems. But do they have a forum and a tool to register their individual ideas and work upon it from the feasibility point of view, from technical point of view, whether to know which my idea is already submitted somewhere or not, my idea is beneficial for a particular social problem or not. I see Viksit Bharat around that context in connection with AI. If we are able to leverage this AI as a solution or a enabler to have more and more individual innovators to contribute to Viksit Bharat. And I think now what I'm trying to say is might be a little philosophical. So any individual is having a known competence, unknown competence, and there is a known incompetence and unknown incompetence. If we see all of it, what is more focused on is known competence and unknown competence. And I think AI will certainly help individuals, if we rightly use it, to discover what is unknown competence. And more be innovative, can contribute to Viksit Bharat. So not only make in India or made in India, I really would like to see designed in India or innovated in India towards the development. And I'll probably stop here.
Hello. Yeah, so I think before getting onto the Viksit Bharat, I would like to elaborate how do I see India now. We are growing fast. We are one of the fastest growing economies, but we are mostly a hybrid transition economy as of now. This is how I would like to put it. So we are mostly services led. I think 50 to 55% of the economy is through services, and then 15 to 17% is coming from cost competitive manufacturing, right? So I think a Viksit Bharat economy for me would be a globally competitive knowledge-driven economy, right? Which is driven by 4 key indicators. One is productivity, the other one is accessibility, the third one is innovation, and the fourth one is ease of doing business, right? So I think, and how AI will play a role over here, AI will help in bring all these things together, right? So if you talk about productivity, in G20 nations, while we are doing good in manufacturing, but we are the lowest in labor productivity. If you compare through a manufacturing, if you benchmark China, we are 30 to 60% lower in terms of in labor productivity than them, right? So I firmly believe that AI will help enhance the human potential, improve the productivity of our people, and thus help us become a knowledge-driven economy, which is what Viksit Bharat would be all about.
I think Mayank has touched on a lot of things that I wanted to say. So there are just 2 things I would talk about. One is innovation that he mentioned. But people have to remember that it is not just about the AI engineers we have. We have very good mechanical engineers. We have got very good chemical engineers. We have got people who are very good in biology. And when you look at innovation, all of these guys have to come together to build something really, really good. India does lag behind in innovation, and when we talk about Viksit Bharat, it is not just prosperity or education, it is also being innovative and bringing out great things to the world, our glorious past, right? So I feel a confluence of all these disciplines will lead to great innovations in different areas. The second thing I wanted to talk about is accessibility. Most of the articles or a lot of information on the internet is in English. But if you look at people in India, They are either illiterate or they can just read and write in their mother tongue. AI will be a game changer. You might have a knowledge base in English, but I speak Kannada, Telugu, Punjabi, whatever. I can speak and get all that information in my language. So when you look at India, it is not just the engineers. It is also every common man in India who can then gain access to a lot of knowledge and can use it for his benefit. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Viksit Bharat stands on 4 pillars, as we know, right? Obviously, economic target of reaching 30 trillion by 2047, that's the ultimate goal. But that depends on 3 other pillars, which is really the social competence, then the good governance, and then the environmental sustainability. I look at AI technology as a bridge, as an accelerator between the gaps that exist in our social competence, taking it to the international level, taking it to a notch level up, and the falls kind of that we experience because of the lack of our governance areas, various forms of governance areas, right? If that can be brought together, if competent citizens challenge government and that challenge is taken by the government with AI technology, I think that will be a good coexistence to take the nation to the next level. That's my expectation from AI technology.
Viksit Bharat to me means not only economic prosperity, but economic, social and political justice and inclusion, plus knowledge and innovations, plus, as you rightly said, the efficient governance, plus the environmental sustainability, plus the cultural confidence of India, and most importantly, the constitutional and institutional excellence. These are the 7 pillars on which Viksit Bharat vision can stand. And in each pillar, AI can support. Just to give some examples, that in the economic, social and political justice, we can think about universal health care, which by 2047 can perhaps completely become preventive, okay, which India needs actually. Or for example, our courts have crores and crores of cases pending for decades. Their agentic AI can perhaps in 1 year solve all those cases. That kind of vision we should bring, and because people are waiting in courts. Another important thing is that we used to say earlier, electrify, electrify, electrify. The planet saw the electrical revolution. Now we should say cognify, cognify, cognify. All these pillars should be cognified. And another, the demographic dividend in India. In the AI perspective, we can talk about the data dividend or data disaster, because means data by Indians should have the ownership of Indians, and it should be utilized for Indians. Okay, this could make the real Viksit Bharat. So all the AI platforms, sense that, like you cognify, 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 you indify, indify, indify.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for this wonderful insight. So in all, it's not only the economy, it's scalability, it's acceleration, it's momentum that we need to have on all this. So coming to the specific question, so Shreyash, being a global leader, I would like to ask you how the digital innovation, digital twin digitization enhance manufacturing or...
Well, digital twin is large word nowadays, but I see it in my world. There are 3 subsets of digital twin which comes under digitalization. It's design twin, process twin, and a factory twin. So when you have a product, eventually you are working on a design of that, and a product specific that becomes a design twin. And if you have a process, it can be a heat exchanger related or my manufacturing process. If I am able to create a digital form of that real process, then it becomes a process twin. And the factory twin, which is as good more of a holistic view of your factory. I think to give some few examples of digital twin where you have a component which is in the field and probably failing at a 50,000 cycle, and then you try to create that on field at, let's say, 48,000 cycle, and then you recreate, and you compare it with as designed versus as manufactured versus as from the field, and you see the deformation happening. And then if that part is getting deformed in certain way, then you try to see a correlation. And I'm just taking a very crude example just for in the interest of time. So you take that inputs and see at 40,000 cycle what I can improve so that it doesn't fail at 50,000. Or if I can change something and simulate further and it goes to 60, 70,000, then I have a less warranty cost. Or then I have either I am overcommitting my warranty or I have a design optimization opportunity for my product. So that's a design twin. But if you look at AI is helping towards all the digital twins in a way. So for example, few of the use cases we have done, like predictive quality. So let's assume that I have a next 6 months schedule in my hand, and we are into inserts tools and round tools. As everybody knows, Sandvik as a company mainly into precision engineering and tool making as well. So if I have the next 6 months order, how do I schedule them automatically to a particular machine? And how do I get a predictive quality? Even if my production is well within the acceptable GD&T or geometrical tolerance in that dimension, how do I even further predict it so that I assign a right product for the next 6 months, which is into my forecast, to the right machine, which is applicable for a particular application from aerospace, because aerospace norms are different, automotive norms are different from quality perspective. So you can imagine a digitalization or AI where we can leverage that is having 5,000 articles in hand, which can be produced over an year with more than 2 million number of orders. So you can have a combination of different 5,000 articles in 10, 20, 50 quantity from our customer produced in a day. So we cannot simply optimize by having one type of article produced today and the next second type of article produced tomorrow and then aggregate the batch size. No, we cannot do that because we commit to our customers a certain delivery time. So you can see all those factors we are trying to deploy AI to find out some of the insights. And in fact, some of them use cases are also in collaboration with VIT actually. So I think there are n number of use cases we are working on which we have worked in past. Connected quality, predictive quality is one. Then tool breakage analysis is one, which we are trying to solve that what is the ideal predictable time or the event frames which trigger my tool breakage. So those use cases are really giving us insight, which are rule-based, AI-based, both. So imagine a tool on each machine getting broken because of feed, speed, coolant temperature, coolant supply, and vibration in the motor, or maybe wear and tear of the machine. At least the industry benchmark is 10 to 15 tools usually get breakdown in our kind of industry per month. So, and we have so many machines. So you can imagine what insight we are getting to solve that tool breakage. And if you have 200 machines, and then you can see when if 10 tools are breaking, then you have 2,000 tool breakage in a month. And we are getting real good insight, the correlations and everything, which probably we haven't thought of as a perspective, but we are now looking at it not only from the standard feed and tool life cycle, machine and everything, but it goes beyond that. So I think the AI perspective, if I see it in the very simple way, RIIP for me. It's relationship establishment within the events, that's where AI is helping us. Then from that relationship or correlation, if you establish between two events, which can be quality and vibration and whatnot, what I said, you get insight from that. And from insight, you try to innovate. And that's my RII. And eventually when you innovate and your insights are so greatly established, then you predict. So that's what my acronym is, RIIP. It's not rest in peace, but relationship, insight, innovate, and predict. So I think I have taken a little bit more, but I think that's my reflection.
Thank you for that insight, because one insight that Sandvik has given us is we are working on predictive maintenance projects. So that's a real challenges that what company has, at least as a POC, we can solve that. Moving to Mahindra. Mahindra, we all know right from tractor to SUVs to now EVs and charging stations. We talked a lot about challenges that we had, but now, at least for two-wheelers, there are no more charging station challenges. So it is happening so fast, and variety of products are coming from Mahindra. So how do you leverage AI? Like, customer is so conscious about even a small dent or small bug in the car. Like, before buying a car, he can see the review, and he is so keen in knowing the thing. So I just want to find out from your views on how the supply chain management, because you are going to meet the customer requirement, you are going to procure all the bill of material, everything. So how AI is helping us?
See, the point is that we do not think of AI as a magic wand. What customer needed before is what customer needs now. What we have been doing before is what we are doing now. AI is more of an enabler for us. The first principles remain the same. When it was the era of lean manufacturing and TPM, everybody was talking about finding waste and eliminating waste. It essentially boils down to the same thing. It's just that the resolution at which we are trying to find the waste has increased multifold, right? If I was doing a time study in seconds before, I want to be able to do a time study in milliseconds now, which is humanly not possible for us to be able to do it. But the basic fundamental remains the same. I have to find more and more waste and eliminate the waste that are there in my value chain. And this is how we are streamlining our supply chains, our manufacturing operations as well. I think Shri has talked a lot about the use cases that we are also working on the similar kind of use cases on our factory floors or in our supply chains. But I think one thing that I would like to highlight is that the technology, I believe, is highly commoditized, right? There are so many tech partners, SWANGs of the world, SMANGs of the world, making sure that the accessibility of the technology is there. But what we are also working on is how do we integrate this technology very effectively with our processes, right? Now, if you have an AI model taking a decision for you, and you look at the conventional way of making a process, for every process there is a RACI matrix, right? You have responsible, accountable, consultant, inform. Now in that RACI matrix, in this process, all of a sudden there is an AI model which is at play. Where do you place that AI model in RACI? Right? Now will you hold that AI model responsible, or will you hold that AI model accountable, or will you just consult the AI model? If you consult the AI model, it does not make a business case. If you hold a AI model responsible, then who is answerable to the customer? Can I just go out and say that, boss, sorry, my AI model did not predict this result? So these are the kind of problems that we are trying to solve to better integrate the AI models that we are building into our processes. Fundamentally, what we are trying to do, we look at each aspect across the value chain where any manufacturer would be interested, be it productivity, be it quality, be it cost, or be it sustainability. We bucket our projects into 4 broad categories. We have uptime, we have quality, we have agility, and we have energy. And then we also further sub-bucket the initiatives under this into 3 main categories, which is essential, which is high impact, and then the other one is experimental. Essential is critical to our business. Having a vision system, finding the defects before we roll down the vehicle out of the paint shop is an essential AI project for us. High impact, building an industrial knowledge graph for my paint shop to be able to ingest the tribal knowledge that we are generating during transactions and be able to predict what will happen in my paint shop better would be a high impact AI initiative for me. Generating a fixture and a fixture design using some generative AI algorithms would be an experimental AI initiative for me, because that would put me on the map. That would be a first in industry kind of initiative, right? So a structured intervention layered on the top of first principles of lean manufacturing and TPM is how we are trying to bring our supply chains to the next level. I would just conclude it by saying that for us, AI is not a revolution, evolution, or something that has just showed up. We firmly believe that this is the logical next step of what we have been enabling so far in our connected shop floors and supply chains.
Thank you, Mayank. I'm not supposed to talk much, but I just want to add in this. GenAI, we are extensively used for supply chain management, for various interns are doing on RFQ documentation and even the bill of material automation and all.
In fact, I just onboarded an intern from Vishwakarma University yesterday in my team, so yeah, I know.
So coming to Salil, who is from Syngenta, the agriculture technology. India's agricultural landscape is incredibly diverse. A farmer in Maharashtra growing cotton may rely on Marathi language applications, or whereas in Meghalaya he may be interested in Khasi. So different languages, different regions, high rainfall, low rainfall. How do you actually meet the farmer's requirement through technology, and that through AI technology?
So Syngenta does a lot of work for people across the globe. And if you look at farmers in the US, very tech savvy, 10,000 acres, 100,000 acres, 1 lakh acres is a common farm size. And we build tech for them. You come to India, or you come to even countries like Vietnam. A few years back, I was given a challenge that you have to build an app. I said, no problem. But these people cannot read or write. So make an app for someone who cannot read or write, right? At that time, the technology wasn't there. Today, what farmers in India need is access to information. And some of them cannot read or write. Some of them, of course, can read and write only in their language. AI will change all of that. Today, language is not a problem. I can have a knowledge base in any language, and people can talk to the app. The ability to talk and listen is a game changer for a lot of us. The other thing is the information, which relies on years of data that we have. At what weather, what soil conditions do plants grow at what rate? It is actually possible to model a plant mathematically. It's not 100% accurate, but given various parameters that we have, we can take care of it. The advice that we can give to a farmer on what seeds to buy, how to rotate crops, because eventually a farmer is interested only in one thing, or mainly in one thing, profit. How does he make the most money? What crop does he grow? And if we have things backed by data in his region, whether it is Maharashtra, whether it's Telangana, or whether it is Punjab, the moment he gets the yield, and there is also the market prices. What should he be growing? You look at the market prices. Predicting market prices, predicting weather, there is a lot of it involved. But as long as you give him the right input, he will benefit. The biggest thing they want is information. And in the age of AI, it is very easy to give it to them in their language. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Now, moving to Sandeep. How critical is AI and its ethical use for youth? So how do you see industry and academia can collaborate on preparing the youth to handle such challenges, especially with the ethical AI?
A topic very close to my heart. How do you grow competency? I think all the keynote speakers earlier talked about human capital. The whole objective of this conference is how do we bring human capital to the AI world. Industry and academia, two major pillars of the society. Academia is expected to teach something very basic. Industry is supposed to consume it. All the previous speakers we talked about, yes, AI will be a great accelerator. End of the day, it is just technology based on zeros and ones, right? It will need somebody to create it, it will need somebody to consume it. To consume it, you will need domain knowledge. Now, the domain knowledge will be expected to come from the industry, and this is where we sort of partner with institutes like yours, where we have certain use cases, scenarios. If we can try them with the complete new perspective of students, that's what will be, will be triggering that imagination in the students, that yes, this is how a problem can be solved. As Mayank said, nothing has changed. Customer expects something yesterday, is expecting the same thing today. The way we solve that is going to change. How fast we can solve, how differently we can solve, how better we can solve. And that's where industry and academia will play a major role in collaborating. So we say there are two kind of profiles. There is an AI builder and there is an AI user. right? AI builders, yes, that's a technical role, leave it to some of us. The AI users will be from the industry, various walks of different industry sectors. If you can talk to the academia on that part, build those bridges, I think we'll build a very capable workforce for tomorrow.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for that partnership. We have a good industry partnership with all these panelists who are here, and that's what we are talking about this collaboration. Moving to Dr. Sawan. India is building a large AI ecosystem, data platforms, computer infrastructure, startups, policies, national skilling missions. In this context, how can skill-based education in colleges contribute to developing the talent needed to power this ecosystem and ensure India become a global AI leader?
First, I will talk about the engineering colleges. They can develop the manpower for AI builders, AI practitioners, AI integrators, and or AI stewards, especially in the ethical zone or governance zone, or creating participative democracies which will be offering result-oriented services. The second part is that all colleges in all disciplines, whether it is commerce or life sciences or fashion design, whatever, they have to integrate AI. Because AI is all pervasive, all other speakers have already amplified it. Third important thing is we should not allow the colleges only to turn out the people who are just AI users or AI consumers or AI button pressers, that we should stop. The faculty needs to be enriched. All of them have to be AI-assisted teachers and AI-assisted tutors, and more importantly, because information will be ubiquitously available, there should be no lectures in the colleges. Okay, so the teachers have to be more of AI mentors with the help of AI. Another important thing is that, as any automation, the history of automation tells, and the same will hold for AI, is that any automation, it creates a very large service sector. Okay, the boundaries at which automation stops, the larger is the circumference, greater is the service sector, and greater are the jobs where people require people. So the forecasting of what kind of services will emerge post-AI world, education system will have to be ready for that. We may require, like engineering colleges, we may also require Imagineering colleges, okay, because the human potential will be complementary to AI, and AI-human partnership will solely depend upon the intrinsic human capabilities which cannot be transferred to AI. For example, creativity, empathy, compassion, wisdom, common sense, these are not the things which fall into the purview of intelligence, whether it is machine or human. These are beyond intelligence, and they need to be developed. Another major area where AI will bring jobs to the students in the colleges is that we have to develop them for green collar jobs or green enterprises, in the sense that the 4% of current jobs in the developed world are green collar jobs. With 2035, they will become 25%. And if we develop our manpower, which is AI-powered green collar, to repair the damaged planet, rejuvenate it, make it regenerative, sustainable, etc., that's a huge job potential where AI should be harnessed for environmental sustainability. Another area where the colleges may focus is to claim the resources which are there with the government, like the large data set, the population scale of data sets which are there with the government. So getting the real problems, challenges from ministries and industries, and especially the colleges can help the MSME sector to get AI powered, because that brings 96% jobs in India, informal sector. So how the MSME sector becomes a key driver, like what China was able to do and forge the partnership among the MSME, so that not only our students get the jobs, but they also empower the MSME around the colleges. So these are several areas where one can develop. Finally, the colleges should focus to shift the students from just being screenagers currently to the greenagers and perhaps the dreamagers for the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you for the perspective.
I would like to add, with your permission, since sir said about empathy, I think we becoming more technology driven, I think we should be more business and stakeholder driven and have to have that empathy. A small story I will share how this works eventually in my world. There was the story is about an organization where the orders has to be followed, right? And someday there was a feast, and the head of that organization said, okay, I want some samosas from this, just go and get it. Orders are orders, we have to get it, and since we have less time, take a cycle and get it. So the total takt time was usually by walking was 20 minutes. And that day with cycle and everything, this poor person actually came after 30 minutes. And he said, what happened? It was hard, 20 minutes, jana hai, aana hai, and you have a cycle, so it would have been reduced by half. Cycle liya tha kya? He said, yes, but mujhe chalani nahi aati. So that person went with the cycle but could not drive it. So it's always necessary that we teach empathy so that we give a right solution to our stakeholders and users. It doesn't need to be, okay, there's a problem and let's solve it by AI. We need to understand. So what we do in our organization and in previous, we used to have an empathy map of our user. How are they adopting it in different ways? And there are different ways of adoption, and there is a study called ethnography study which we have to do around this as well. It doesn't only restrict to design thinking and innovation, but it has to be also done in AI case, because you really done the empathy study or an empathetic factor consideration before you even propose something, a solution. Otherwise it will be that cycle case for sure.
Thank you for that perspective. Now we move on to rapid fire round, because you have given the example of samosa, now it's lunch time, and I thought I should also speed up the questions. So rapid fire round, the questions, one word or one sentence, common question, and then last one is not known to you prior. Anyway, so AI in education should be optional, mandatory, or emergency survival skill?
I think mandatory with empathy study.
I think essential, survival.
AI in education should be optional, mandatory, or emergency survival skill?
No, it's survival. It's like using a smartphone. If you don't know how to do it, you are
mandatory means. Salih.
Yeah, I would say it is mandatory, but that doesn't mean that kids go to ChatGPT to complete their assignments. Creativity should be there, but yeah, it should be mandatory.
Sandeep.
Mandatory after a certain state of basic education. I would say 8th standard onwards or something like that.
Okay.
But clear your basic mathematics first.
Survival skill.
Survival skill. Okay, sir. If your organization become fully AI driven tomorrow, what is the first role that would change? Except leadership.
I think the roles will not change. The roles of the people will change who will not use AI.
You said no to leadership, so I'll say my role. So I'm the one enabling AI in the group. So if it is AI, but I think mostly the people who are responsible for taking decision on the trade-offs will not be required, because I think that is where the decision making in itself will change.
Okay. I'll change the question, or you want?
No, I'll say, basically, I think the way people do their roles will change. People will become more efficient at what they do. So the roles will be there, but there might be fewer people needed to do those roles.
Entry-level jobs will change. They will not be lost. They'll be expected to do more with whatever they bring to table at that stage.
It's good for us.
Everyone.
Everyone. Okay. AI giving us more me time or stealing real human time?
I cannot answer that in one word or one sentence.
But it's mandatory to give in one word.
I think mix of both. I will. Sometime if it is a mundane work where I am leveraging AI, it will give more time for me to think on creativity, on other aspects which are more critical than engaging myself in the routine work.
I'll change the question. Your biggest AI worry: job loss, privacy, bias, or over dependence?
I think bias.
Salim.
Over dependence, which will kill creativity.
Okay.
I agree with him. Over dependence.
Biggest worry.
I didn't get your question.
Your biggest AI worry: job loss, privacy, bias, or over dependence?
Over dependence.
Okay.
Because people are becoming more artificially intelligent.
Well said.
Okay. So last question, that maybe you need not to give honest answer. Just to add a humor, I have added this question. So we all know, we are all in the era of AI, but we know Sholay movie. So Sholay characters and everything is known to us, right? So your relationship with AI as a policymaker, you as a policymaker and AI, so which Sholay pair you fit in? So I'll just tell you the 5 pairs. Out of that, you can choose any one. Like, I'll tell you the context of Jai Viru. Everyone knows that good friendship, but ek ko jana padega. So Jai Viru, AI is my trusted friend. Thakur and Gaon wale, so vision with discipline. Then Masi and Jay, the Masi who keeps on asking 100 questions before saying yes. Then Gabbar and Samba, so power without ethics, no ethics, only power. And last one is Basanti character with AI, like you only talk about AI, but you don't know आखिर हमें जाना कहाँ है. So which character, which relation as a global leader or as a policymaker you would like to have?
I think for me then the 4 characters will come together. Jay and Viru because sometimes they are helpful, and Gabbar and Samba because Gabbar is trying to kill Samba also because of some mistakes, and over dependency on Samba without knowing the fact kitne aadmi the and all everything. So probably sometimes it will be Jay Viru and sometimes will be Gabbar and Samba for me at least, or Kalia, not Samba, Gabbar and Kalia.
Okay.
My father used to tell me that watching movies will never help you. Now imagine if I would not if I would not have seen Sholay, I would not have been able to answer this. But I think I'll go with that Thakur and the other guy thing, where his discipline and.
But it's surprising that you have not watched Sholay.
I have. I'm just saying that I went against the good advice of my father, and then
I would say Jay and Viru, but with a combination of Masi, because I want to ask a lot of questions on how is this decision being made. So yes.
I will go with Gabbar Singh and Kalia or Samba.
Any reason? Power without ethics?
Just the raw power and information at stake. It can be misused. It can be used effectively as well.
Dr. Leena wanted to add some humor. That's why this question. So my answer is pass.
I hope nobody used the uncle where says Sannata kyun hai bhai.
Okay,
After
Sannata,
AI,
yes.
I think there should not be Sannata in office. Right? So everybody should be in office.
There was a 6th relationship in Sholay. So I'll give you a proof of that. I watched the movie. There was a relationship, there's a very complicated relationship between Jay Viru and Thakur. Okay, I think that is what summarizes AI. Jay Viru and Thakur did not listen to one thing. Jay Viru did not listen to one thing that Thakur said, the way of doing stuff. But at the end of the day, it gave them, they delivered the results, right? So I think that is how AI will pan out.
Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you for participating and thank you for taking this question as a humor. So, last, as we move towards Viksit Bharat 2047, we as academicians, industry partners, researchers, policymakers and youth will must come together to build AI empowered nation. And once again, thank you to the audience also. It's lunch time and still patiently everyone has listened to the questions. Thank you to our president. I was looking at him, he should say now it's time up. But thank you all panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, esteemed panelists, for highly engaging and insightful discussion. May I request Dr. Vasudev Gade to felicitate our panelists. First, would like to call Mr. Shreyas Kolhapure. Mr. Mayank Gupta. Mr. Salil. Mr. Sandeep Sawant, sir. And Dr. Vivek Sawant, sir. May I now request all the esteemed panelists along with moderator Professor Leena Deshpande to kindly come forward for a joint photograph. We deeply appreciate the actionable ideas shared today on building awareness, aligning talent, strengthening ecosystem, and accelerating AI-driven impact across the India's diverse landscape. Thank you, everyone. Now we proceed with panel discussion 2, an equally significant and forward-looking deliberation on sustainable AI, technical insights, skilling approaches, and best practices. We are honored to have with our distinguished panel of experts who are contributing to sustainable AI through scientific research, academic leadership, and enterprise-scale implementation. I welcome Dr. Bipin Kumar, scientist from Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, join us here as a panelist. He applies advanced computational methods and AI/ML techniques to atmospheric science and climate modeling. We are privileged to have Professor Sunil Birod, Vice Chancellor, COEP Technological University, Pune. His academic leadership will contribute insights on how higher education institutes can drive AI-enabled skilling in the curriculum transformation. Join us, the next panel member, Mr. Praveen Bhamre, Global Delivery Head, Tata Consultancy Services. With extensive experience in global technology delivery, he will share industry perspective on scaling the AI adoption. Now, would like to welcome Mr. Prasad Kulkarni, Center Head, SAS R&D, India, leading research and development efforts for advanced analytics, data management, and AI solutions. Our final panelist, Mr. Abhijit Maitre, Executive Vice President and Head, Corporate Marketing, Core.ai. With over 25 years of global experience across IT services, product startups, he will share the perspective on the responsible AI. This important panel discussion will be moderated by Professor Dr. Radhika Kulkarni, Associate Dean Corporate Relations, Vishwakarma Institutes. May I request now Professor Radhika Kulkarni ma'am to proceed with the discussion.
Hello. Good afternoon, all of you, for joining us for this wonderful event of Pre-AI Impact Summit with the theme of human capital. So today, for this discussion, we are here to talk about sustainable AI, which this word we are hearing everywhere. Sustainable AI, when we come about sustainable AI, we are talking about carbon footprints, model optimization, we are talking about efficient solutions, but apart from that, the main story lies with the human. The human, the people who are going to design, who are going to deploy, who are going to use those AI solutions. So today we are going to talk on human capital with respect to sustainable AI. So for this discussion, there are two major challenges. One is technical aspect of sustainability, where we are going to build the human capital who will think from efficiency and ethical and responsible and sustainable AI. And another challenge is from social sustainability, where we have to think from human perspective, how he will be go hand in hand with AI development. So we will be having discussion in line with this theme. There will be 3 rounds of discussion. First, we are going to set the context. What do you mean by the sustainable AI? Then there will be domain specific questions, and then there will be the best practices for reshaping this human capital. So we are here with the variety of people from different domains. So I would like to take this first question to all the panelists to set the context. So in sustainable AI, would you think that people have to learn or unlearn to make the system sustainable for the better society?
Yes, so there are two flip-flop things you told, what to learn, what to unlearn. We have already seen in the talks and the previous discussion, we should unlearn the over relying on the black box things and the ethical things. We should always consider this. Regarding the learning things, as we have seen that we really need to learn what is the AI things and how we should use the AI ethically. So like from my domain in the weather forecasting, we want that people should learn what is the data properties, how we are going to develop a model, whether this model is going to give the correct or accurate answer in the sense like if we are doing weather forecasting, whether it is correct or not, and what kind of data they are taking. Generally people will say, I have taken some data, I have learned, and then there is some data which testing and it is giving that much accuracy. But first thing is, from where did you take the data, and how good is the model, how you are testing, all those things is to come. So overall, we should not be dependent on the AI, we should be a moderator for the AI. How we are developing the model, that comes from the human, that comes from the domain knowledge. So the person should be, who are developing the model, who should have a critical thinking, who should also collaborate with the domain knowledge people, and what are the ethical issues. All those things together should be considered. That's all.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just, I recall that, when the computers first came to India, and then people used to say, oh, you just tell computer will do everything. Like, you tell 2 plus 2, it will take 4. But it doesn't happen like that, you need to code. So, like that, there is a myth that you have a AI will do everything for you. So, we need to unlearn that. AI is not going to work on its own. We need to model the AI model need to be trained, and what we need is a data. So, it's not automatic. Nothing is automatic. It's all data driven, database. What kind of data you have? What are the restrictions on data? Do you have your own data? Whether that data is available in public domain, or you want to generate the data, how are you getting that data, and so on. So whether it's a private data, or lot of questions on data itself. That's a myth. People are using data just like anything without looking into the authenticity of data, the validation of data, and just training the models. Even if you take a ChatGPT, people just upload their document to ChatGPT and then ask them, give me something better, or I have so many questions, and then get me the answer. But then at the end, your data is being uploaded. Your data is going into public domain, that is going to be used. And this is what is need to be unlearned by people, that nothing comes free, and it's all with the cost of your data getting into public domain. That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
What we have to unlearn? I think there are so many things we have to unlearn in the process of learning. If we stick to our experiences, then adoption of any technology is a challenge. So when I interact with our teams, a lot of times whenever they are participating into the workshops or the trainings, after they come back from the training, their energy levels are at very high level. They start believing that everything will happen with AI. You ask any question, they will say that, yeah, I will do it. But then when time comes to show the outcome of those prototypes, during prototypes anyway, results are always fascinating because we all are excited about it. But in my view, learning AI is not an option. Everyone has to learn. How to learn? Maybe there are various ways, platforms, at what level, where to use. Where to use and where not to use is what will decide. So, for companies like us, wherein we are close to 600,000 employees across globe, this was one of the biggest challenge. We are helping our customers into various domains. And AI is not the first technology which we as an organization have seen. There have been so many changes in technology since I joined this company. And every change, we were quick to adapt. So the agility is what, in my view, we all have to demonstrate to adopt AI. And we cannot offload everything to AI. We need to learn how we can use AI as a complement to improve our own efficiencies rather than just outsourcing it to AI, saying that, okay, these kind of things will be taken care by AI.
Thank you. Prasad sir.
Thank you. So I represent SAS. We are a product development company, build the analytical products, covering the entire life cycle of the analytics implementation. So from that point of view, where we believe that getting the knowledge in the moments that matters. With that context, if I say what to learn is the hybrid or building that contextual intelligence. Because when you are trying to build the AI systems, it's not just about the models, it's anything and everything that revolves around that in building that thing, right? So it is about data acquisition, it is about building the core problem or defining the core problem, it is about deploying, it is about monitoring, it encompasses everything. So essentially, when you are an engineer in a product company, you need to be aware about the basics of these things. Now, when you are a particular data scientist implementing a model, then there is a plethora of things which comes into picture, right? That how do you build efficiencies, how you build the solution which is energy efficient and all that. But essentially understanding at the basics as to how this affects the end user, and someone talked about the empathy also, that whatever you are trying to build, how it is going to affect the end customer and the society is something which is also important. What to unlearn? I believe that if something simple works, just use it. Don't create any hype around that. I want to use bigger models. I want to use large set of variables and all. If the simple things works, just offer that to the customer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, it's lunchtime,
Yes.
so need to be shorter. But let me, start with before answering the question. Thank you so much for inviting me here. I'm an ex-VIT student, so feels very honored to be part of this eminent panel and giving back to the college and larger conversation here. Most of you probably do not know the company that I represent. It's called Core.ai, Kore.ai. You can Google it. The reason I'm here, or what makes me share my thoughts, let me share with you the credibility. You may not have heard about my company or the work that we do, but we are a strategic partner with Microsoft and AWS, extremely deep-rooted product development that we do by sharing the product roadmap. And we are not a services company, we are a product company. The second thing is the companies that we work with, Fortune 2000 companies, more than 500 Fortune 2000 companies across the globe trust the technology that we have built. Citibank, Shell, Deutsche Bank, PNC, MetLife, Cigna, Coca-Cola, Nestle, LG, Samsung, eBay, Axis Bank, Reliance. I can go on and on telling the stories of unbelievable use cases that these companies have built on our platform and the solutions that we offer. We are an AI first company. born 12 years ago, so it's not a slapped technology just for the sake of it. We are a born AI first technology company. Today working with likes of NVIDIA, Microsoft, AWS, Google is behind us to partner with us. And the last but not the least is pick up any report. If you track the global analyst firms, Gartner, Forrester, IDC, IAG, Average, G2, you name the company, in the last 3 to 4 years, you will find Code.ai right in the top as the #1 player in this space, advanced AI technology. The reason I wanted to mention this is because the kind of use cases, the kind of stories that we have delivered in the past few years are just incredible. With that, what I will share may not resonate with you directly, because what we are seeing and what we are imagining is just beyond what we are thinking these days. So for me, what's learning and unlearning? There is a huge unlearning, as sir was saying here, that if you are treating AI as a tool, you are making a big mistake. AI is not a tool. This is the first technology in several decades that is absolutely profoundly going to change the way we do business and the way we live our lives. And the reason I say is that, think about any tool. We have worked with millions of tools in our lives, right? Every SaaS product, every Word, Excel, everything was just a tool for us that you would give instruction and it will do the job for you. Or you would interact with that one. It's like a shovel that you would use to dig the earth or a land. But AI is the first technology that has its own intelligence that is built on your intelligence, and it is the one that is going to not just think, but reason, plan, and decide on behalf of you. And we are seeing this in the market. I'm not talking about anything, anybody has seen Iron Man here? Iron Man, right? Jarvis. The concept that was conceptualized about 20 years ago is today's reality, right? That kind of advancement that we are actually seeing in the market. So the first thing that all of us have to really do is unlearn that you are not going to work with any tool. It is a technology that is far smarter, far intelligent, and is here to make your life better. The second thing is, as Alibaba founder Jack Ma used to always say, that humans are not supposed to be doing the job that the machines can do. So the biggest unlearning that all of us have to do, and especially the upcoming generations have to do, is that if you think that AI is here to do your mundane, repetitive jobs, yes, it will do that job and will do much smartly, much efficiently, tirelessly, with no emotions in that one. But more importantly, you need to be outsmarting AI. So you need to outsmart AI, and if you cannot do that thing, as a lot of us agree here that AI will take your jobs, and it's a moot point to talk about whether AI will take my jobs or not. It will, unless you actually step up to the game.
Yes, thank you, sir. So thanks the panelists for setting this stage. Now we will have a deeper dive into domain-specific knowledge or domain-specific capital development. So my first question is to atmospheric researcher, Professor Dr. Bipin Kumar. So your domain uses many heavy computational models for prediction. So what do you think, from your perspective, what is the scope of AI engineers and your climate experts to develop some lighter models, some weather LLMs for the society, which are efficient and also sustainable?
Yes, very nice question. The weather forecasting is an area where we really need big supercomputers. And I don't know whether everybody is aware, India's biggest supercomputer is available in Pune. It is in my institute, and second one in the CDEC, and both are the neighboring building. So whole supercomputing power is basically in the Pasan, Pune. So we actually, when we do any weather forecast or climate projection, we solve the complex mathematical equation which requires heavy computation, thousands of the cores of the CPU cores we are using. So there is a lot of scope that we can solve those equations, or we can take that pure data driven, lot of data available. So where we need a very good AI engineers, climate expert, weather domain knowledge, which together can work, have a critical thinking, use the data nicely, and then develop a model which can run faster and taking the less computational resources which we need now. Okay, less computational resources means you all might be aware that when we do the training of the model, the AI-based model, we just require a few big resources. But once they have developed, doesn't require so many number of the GPU to just run the model. Even one GPU is enough. So in that sense, it will be faster. It will be less computational resources is required. But always, as I said before, we have to first learn what is the physics behind it, because this domain is very much specific. We cannot simply use any AI method immediately apply on the weather domain. Simply if you say computer vision, we are doing lot of data down, image high resolution. We call it data downscaling. We have like weather, temperature all over the India, and with some resolution. We cannot immediately use that AI model which we have used the only image, taking the data from the image net. This is just an example I'm giving, which a lot of intensive student and then the MTech or PhD people, they do the mistake. They just take the image net and just try to apply the model, which is not. So we have to actually understand the physics behind it, discuss with the domain knowledge, and that's why we need a partnership with the VIT and the other people. We all are, and I am sitting in the government institute, so we actually are responsible to provide the data also. So a lot of data is now available. So always not depend on the data which is like available on the internet. We have to go to the good resource of the data, authenticity of the data, and then you try to develop the model in my particular domain.
Yes, thank you, sir. I wanted to add on this. What sir is saying is, our students are developing some projects which are using some Kaggle data and available public repositories. But the government of India is having their own repositories. We have to develop our models based on our data so that it will be helpful for India. That is the one thing which they are cooperating with us. Our students are working with them on some projects. And it is not just one model which you are clicking and it will give the result. They have to work a lot to get that domain knowledge and data.
Yes, it is. That's what I'm saying. It is not very simple to develop the weather model. That's why weather forecasting is still a very difficult, especially in the tropical countries.
Yes.
With our India and all.
Now I would like to ask this question to Professor Birud, Vice Chancellor of COEP. He is our expert from academia. So I want to ask this question. The AI is changing so rapidly, and students have to be adaptive learners for that and to innovate responsibly. So my question is for you, how do you think that universities can shape the education and research so that students and this next generation can develop the both technically powerful models as well as responsible models?
Yeah, sorry, I am the only odd man in this one. I am a professor. Okay, and I see many professors and the students there. See, it is always a dilemma in a education industry, whether to teach basic concepts, mathematics, and when it comes to industry, they want fast food, ready to deploy people, and that's it. That's a real dilemma with your question, that how do we take up this AI in education? See, AI first, it was coined in 1950, and then, we studied AI and all that, and today, the education industry is confused. Really, it is confused. What to teach and what not to teach, So many combinations and so many, the models, and every day something new is coming, and then the industry, when they come to us, they say, oh, no, this is outdated, you must teach this, you must teach this. As if every 6 months, I'm supposed to modify my syllabus, so far as AI is considered. And that's how the disruptions in industries are getting reflected in a education industry, so far as academics is considered. But I still believe, being a superannuated person here, studied neural networks long back in 1990, implemented basic backpropagation network in C language, and I still teach the same way to my student, because I believe that, somebody said you have tools, and then you use tools, and then tools which people were using in their research that has been percolated at undergraduate level, and that has spoiled the education specifically, because people don't know how the AI model actually works unless you build a model. Like you dirty your hands, you cannot make a machine. Like that, unless you code the basic AI algorithm, you'll not know how that, the AI works. And if at all India has to lead this AI wave or AI, wave in the world, and then we need to be working on developing our own models, not just using or deploying the models those who are developed by the Western countries. We need to have our own LLMs. We need to have your own slick models and all that, and that is possible only if that is incorporated in syllabus, and then that is the job the universities and the teachers, they have to take forward. That's what I
Thank you,
think.
sir. Yes. Now I would like to ask this question. So Praveen Bhamre sir is representing the service-based industry. So I would like to ask this question. So being service-based industry, you deploy AI at scale across different industries. So how do you train your teams to choose right-sized models, which are not overbuilt one, and embed the sustainability into solution design itself? And also, how do you help your clients, customers to understand the better choices for sustainable AI? Because everyone is now having the buzz of AI. I want AI solution AI. So how do you help them that these are the sustainable solutions, and how do you guide them?
Good question. In my earlier response as well, I talked about the scale. We are almost close to 600,000 employees spread across globe. AI is a buzzword. When we all started preparing our workforce, by this time we have close to 570,000 plus associates who have been already trained into AI. So we have various learning platforms which will at least develop the awareness about AI, and it was made mandate for all the employees of the TCS, which helped us get them to the basic level of AI. But as Birud sir said rightly, just knowing is not enough. Unless until they dirty their hands, unless until they practice, they understand, or they build their own LLMs, they will not understand the logic behind it. Yes. They will not be able to add value. This is on technology front. And as in your question you asked me rightly, we are serving to our customers into various domains, be it oil and gas, be it manufacturing, be it insurance, finance. So for every domain, we have the contextual experts. And that is why these AI trainings and the AI platforms, Wisdom Next is the platform which is helping us leverage based off the sustainable AI models. In fact, if we meet to any of our customer CXOs, each one of them will be talking about, I want to see how AI can impact my business. Whereas we internally are working it other way around. If there is a problem, if you can solve that problem using your standard piece of code, which is more sustainable, rather for every development we question, if someone is trying to use AI as a fancy word item, then we question them, why you need to use AI? Why can't it be done using a normal code? And this question, as a jury, I was participating for last almost 8 to 10 weeks. So at TCS, it is not only about training employees, but developing interest, helping them with opportunity to dirty their hands. We used to celebrate AI Fridays, which was kind of a competitive event, wherein most of our trained AI resources irrespective of their experience, irrespective of their background, were participating into these events. And in 4 hours, we used to give them random problem statement. For example, someone working in admin. I really appreciate the spirit of that team coming forward who has never done coding in their life. They spent some time understanding what is AI, participating into the event and building the model, though it was not working. But the courage to try to understand and make something work was demonstrated during these events. So a lot of guys from finance domain have worked on the problem statements in manufacturing. And how AI helped them was, they tried to leverage the AI tools to quickly learn the processes of manufacturing. It was amazing impact, provided how they use it. Coming back to your question on sustainable, we have Wisdom Next as a platform, which helps us understand impact of the coding on the sustainability in terms of how much of resources it is consuming, how complex that model is. And based on that, it recommends the available which are more sustainable. So all our architects, all our developers who are working on these developments have been trained, and we want to ensure that all our customers, because sustainability is a big area for each and every of our customers. So that's how we are helping our customers, helping this planet to become more greener by adopting green practices and green solutions.
Thank you, sir. Now I would ask this question to Prasad, sir. He's being from the product-based industry. So AI products often demand high inference efficiency. So what specific skill set, like model compression, then energy efficient solutions, or say green ML ops, so are becoming critical for sustainable AI product development?
So I will begin with briefly touching upon what is sustainable product. Okay, I mean any product, for any product development company. So if you think about the non-tangible or those type of requirements, which is like performance, security, accessibility, your quality aspects and all. So that is something, when those unspoken requirements are built into the product, that is something which makes it a sustainable product. Now when we talk about the AI products being sustainable, there is another dimension now which is coming to picture here, is that because you are trying to solve some of the mathematical, statistical problems, so naturally whatever is the model that you are trying to offer, whether it is efficient, and whatever the inference it is trying to give, whether you can optimize that or not. So that's the first thing that you as a product builder need to understand and have a skill on. Then a lot of the cluster of skills comes into it, where you have to have feature engineering, model pruning and all those type of things. The second thing which is there is about a lot of these things are happening in the cloud or in the premises or in the on the edge. So keeping the context of where the inference is being drawn is important, because that is the way you will define your algorithms so that they are efficient from the data usage, data churning point of view, which essentially then kind of also optimizes your cost pertaining to your the GPU usage or CPU usage. At the same time, it becomes more energy efficient. So that's the second thing which is there. The third thing which is there is that, are you building the features which are kind of addressing the entire end-to-end life cycle of a model development? So that is the skills around that, in terms of how will I monitor the model. If my product is offering a model, are there features that I can monitor it through my tool which is there? And lastly, it is all about the authenticity and accountability, which is essentially reflecting into through the trustworthiness of the offering, or the model, or whatever the solution you are trying to give. Which essentially then you have to think about the governance, you have to think about the biases, you have to think about whether you are able to kind of provide the features which can address these issues which are there. So essentially all across these three aspects, I believe that you need to have that competence, so rather than the skill, because skills are more technical. So essentially that what we try to do is that building that competence of, you can say, the authenticity, accountability, then your awareness, as well as the ambition, because what type of problem currently you are trying to solve, but tomorrow this product can solve a different type of problem or not. So basically, apart from the skills, the broader thing for us is that how we build that competence so that any new technology, any new offerings which comes, we are able to kind of apply that and solve the the complex problems. That's what I can say.
Thank you, sir. So now I would like to ask the question to Abhijit, sir. So he is a corporate marketer and also the startup advisor. So AI keeps evolving in waves, resulting in human capital shift. So from B2B and startup lanes, how should teams adapt their skills and market approach to stay relevant in this AI era?
Yeah, that's a quite relevant question. It's a need of the hour. As I said, right, there is quite a bit unlearning that we need to do. We need to really rethink how our organizations, how our companies are going to evolve in the coming years. See, earlier this year we did a research in partnership with BCG, and the result of that research came out that by 2030, globally, about 70% companies we will have across sectors, irrespective of any sector that the company operates in, will have more digital employees than the human capital, right? And then these human capital will have to work with these digital employees. These, as we all know, that these digital employees are going to be far more efficient, they're going to be far more intelligent, they're going to be far more smarter, they're going to be tireless. So there are all these things that they surpass on the human level. So how do you now work with them, right? And this is where we all have to really prepare the existing workforce that we live in, plus the upcoming workforce, because you won't realize, but the smarter machines have already started grappling our life. Think about Alexa, Siri, Google Map. Day in, day out we use them, right? And we don't even realize the impact and our dependence on them, right? How many of you really nowadays go out without, with completely checking the maps before you go out? You don't, right? You just put the destination and you blindly trust what Google is giving you. And even if you make a wrong turn, Google will adjust the map for you and you will follow the directions. Now that's exactly same thing with Alexa. Alexa opens up your day with news or the songs, your Spotify. You just pick one song, and now based on your personality, your choices, what it has learned about you is already creating the playlist, and 80-85% it is up there, right? You don't see problems with that one. So this is the world that we already live in. Extrapolate this with the kind of smartness that is bringing, with the advent of LLMs and Gen AI and agentic AI that's coming in. So how do you prepare your workforce, yourself also, to work with these digital employees? We will have identity, roles and responsibilities. They will do work for you, with you, maybe above you, right? So who is going to be, so there is a lot of complexity that is evolving in this kind of a work culture that is going to be in next couple of years, will be very prominently evolving every organization. It is extremely important for us to understand who is going to be responsible for these agents. The decisions that they are taking on behalf of you, who is going to be accountable for those? The data that they are going to consume, the biases that they will leave or bring in, how are we going to govern that one, right? So this is very, very important. It is the need of the hour that if you are not thinking about it, it is time to start thinking about it, prepare for it, because as I think the previous panel member mentioned that in few years we will move towards the predictive healthcare, preventive healthcare. So prevention is better than your reactive nature or the damage control. I would encourage to start thinking about it. And why I'm saying so is because the companies that we work with, AMD, eBay, Morgan Stanley, Citibank, all these companies are already way ahead in this thinking. So it is we as India, we as the leader of AI transformation in India, it is our responsibility to think on that line and prepare for our current workforce and the upcoming generation as well.
Thank you so much. So now we all have a clear domain-specific idea that what is required for the sustainability of AI. So as sir has mentioned that we may have to live with the AI agent as my boss. We may have to live with my AI agent as my companion. So we have to think from that perspective and we have to develop our skill set in line with it. So now I would like to ask the last question, that is the last round, which is again a common. We have discussion on sustainability of AI from technical aspect. But the most important thing is social impact. So I would like to ask this question, that this another side is also important, that sustaining the meaningful jobs as AI automates our routine tasks. So from your domain's perspective, what are the best practices and strategies that will ensure that workforce can grow with AI rather than afraid of or threatened by AI? So,
see, in my domain, I would not say that there is any threat, because people are not skilled as of now. They have to learn how to develop the good model. They have to learn the physics by collaborating with the domain specific people. And the domain is earth science is really quite big. So if you think about in the next decade, even we will thinking that we should get the skill manpower. But as we said that we all always think that we are the boss, not the AI is the boss. So we are being going to be the mentor for the AI. So the thing is, like, I still don't think that we will get lose the job and all, especially in my domain, because people have to learn more. So, I mean, that's all, or all other things I have already told about this. And the sustainable AI model, as we said that we have to develop, other panelists also said, we have to develop our own model rather than rely on something new has come into the literature or in the market, we should just immediately blindly apply it. No. We have to think whether we should apply or it is useful or not. Otherwise, whatever the model we are using, we have developed, can be improved with more, using the more data properties and knowledge from the data.
yes, it will be like then black box for us unless and until we go to the basics and we develop it for our use case and our country. Yeah. So,
yeah, we can create this workforce by, arranging such kind of, conferences and bringing the industry experts along with the academia, conducting large number of training programs, maybe a short term, long term, and then, a certification course. That's the way, we can create the human force in this area.
Thank you.
So at TCS, our AI strategy talks about human-centric AI. So I don't think any one of us is going to lose job. So it is going to complement us. It is going to help us do more with what we have. Because if you look at the history of TCS, we have been growing in terms of numbers, and along with our numbers, our number of employees were also growing. But if you look at last few quarters, while we are growing, our employee strength is still hovering between 600,000. So in my view, AI is going to complement us, help us improve efficiency of each and every employee of us. Rather than replacing those employees, we will be using it as our companion and growing together in this world of AI, adding value in terms of sustainability as well. We have a lot of offerings wherein we are using various AI models to deliver them effectively.
Thank you.
I will just change the the role here and speak from our customers' point of view, right? Making the AI sustainable in their organization. So, frankly, the leadership narrative matters. Okay, now in terms of why we are adopting AI, where we are adopting the AI, what is going to be the implication of when we adopt it. What are going to be our guardrails in terms of when we will implement the AI systems, whether we are going to fully do the horizontal integration of the AI, whether we are going to go in depth in the certain areas, what is the kind of return on investment we expect, having the clarity at the same time how it is going to affect certain type of jobs in the organization. So having that clarity is essential to make the AI adoption sustainable.
I think, you know, it is, you know, kind of evident that use the AI where it excels, right? You don't want to just slap AI for the sake of it, as all of our experts are saying here. AI is good at, you know, research. AI is good at content creation. AI can help you in a lot of activities to do them much more efficiently. So you want to really, you know, complement your skills with AI's expertise rather than trying to use it for doing your job, right? Unless you elevate yourself, right? So if somebody's everyday job is to look at the tickets and sort them manually, that, you know, okay, this is high priority, this is low priority, or this is this domain, that domain, and if you stick to that job, probably, you know, it's time to rethink that, is that the value that you're creating? Because a simple AI agent can do that thing much more efficiently 24/7, and it's going to happen, right? But, you know, you could actually elevate yourself and across the organization, you know, use AI where it can actually help you do your job better or much smarter. I'll give you a very simple example from my own world, right? Content creation. Being a marketeer, we need to create a lot of assets for our organization. Earlier, I would have my content creators writing the blogs and all that. Yes, they do today also, but that's the last piece, right? We want them to do a good research. We want them to talk to real people. We want them to, you know, understand the real customer stories, the pain points that we are solving, so that it becomes our content, not the ChatGPT content, right? And that's the value that humans are going to bring. The critical thinking, the empathy element, the strategy building, you cannot outsource that to ChatGPT or the AI tools. You need to have that, you know, that value you need to bring in. So I guess it's a good amalgamation. It's a good partnership between AI and human, which will thrive and make the organizations better and overall, you know, sustainability.
Thank you so much. We are running behind the schedule. It is time to lunch, but just one or two questions if you want to ask. Anyone wants, we can take just one question, one or two, if anyone is interested. Yes. Sir, if possible, please mention the panelists to whom you are addressing.
My question is for Sir from COEP. We have been now discussing a lot about AI and everything. And we also know that there is mechanical, electrical, domain, everything, chemical, whatever is required for a industry. But with AI coming, and it is giving the prediction, and maybe it's a planning, monitoring, prediction, everything. Maybe industry, or maybe the weather forecasting, or agriculture, or everything. My question is to confuse you now further. With AI, what can be done in down the line 5 to 10 years? Maybe there's a requirement of solution engineers, where the domain knowledge, the expert knowledge is less, but more of AI with predictions about mechanical, electrical, chemical, a bit of everything, and a high of AI. This is the model what we can be think, or this can be brought in the academia, where the new complete chapter of solution engineering can be taken, and where the AI is the bigger one, but the rest of is the less one. So what are your views in further? Because this will create the ready-made engineers who will be directly applicable for the industry, having the solution engineering knowledge for everything.
Yeah, that is what precisely I said. You know, that's the you know, when I was a student, even probably, you know, industry requirements and the teaching academia, they are not coming on same platform. But to answer your questions, what is education? That has to be answered first. So we have different levels of education. You know, at the undergraduate level, you teach them all those, you know, the basic sciences and basic engineering. And then, as you said, AI or whatever may be the technology, it's one out of n. So, you know, that student can take up that as his choice. Maybe I may not be interested in AI, though AI is very much essential for your survival, but you know, you can't force me. And we can't be relying only on AI. It has to be, you know, distributed. The distribution has to be normal distribution. So then, you know, you need an engineer, and then you train that engineer in your domain. That's what. You have to put in your time, because that's where the specialization comes. Probably somebody who is interested in that specialization will take that minor or major or honors in that area, and that is what is precisely the National Education Policy 2020 talks about, that giving a flexibility in education, taking various minors and the majors when you learn. Civil engineers are learning AI, so they are taking up 18, 16, 18, 20 credits in AI. So that's how those who are interested in AI, they will take up AI. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, ma'am, we have taken. So we can have a discussion during the networking at lunchtime. So let me take just a minute to articulate all points which we have discussed in this panel discussion. The first point, it talks about the sustainability of AI. It is not because of the models we choose, but the human capital is the right thing or the engineer for sustainable AI. Secondly, as all of domain experts are explaining what are the tasks workforce need to develop and skills, upskilling and reskilling, the underline of this is human has to change. They have to adapt with the technology and the domain knowledge. Artificial intelligence will excel only if human intelligence is in place. And the last thing that all of them have mentioned, that human value, it will not replace human value, rather it will reshape. So it will create high valued jobs for human beings, and we will go hand in hand with AI, and AI will be for us, not it will be in another way. Thank you so much. Thanks for your openness and clarity of thoughts. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our esteemed panelists for this enlightening and thought-provoking discussion. I would like to call Dr. Vivek Deshpande, sir, to felicitate our esteemed panel members. Dr. Bipin Kumar, please come forward for the felicitation. I request Professor Sunil Birud, sir. I request Mr. Praveen Bamre. I request Mr. Prasad Kulkarni. And lastly, would like to request our proud alumni, Mr. Abhijit Maitre. Thank you, sir. May I now request all the esteemed panelists, along with moderator Professor Dr. Radhika Kulkarni, to kindly come forward for the joint photograph. Thank you once again for this insightful discussion during the panel. Your insights on ethical safegrounds, scientific rigor, green computing, and governance framework have collectively outlined a clear roadmap for building the responsible AI. Before our stomachs start protesting louder than this mic, we'll just take a minute. Before we apart for networking lunch, I would like to introduce our expert for the hands-on vibe coding workshop, Mr. Abhijit Shah. And I would like to request Dr. Atul Kulkarni, sir, to felicitate Abhijit Shah. There will be a 60 minutes vibe coding workshop after the networking lunch. Warmly welcome Mr. Abhijit Shah. Thank you, sir. Now, all are requested to part for the networking lunch and requesting all to come back at 3 p.m. at the same place.
keynote session of the day. Joining us online from Bangkok, we have Mr. Rodolfo de los Santos, who is Vice President of Operations Asia at Gildan Corporation, an industrial and systems engineer from Montreal Institute of Technology with 29 years of global supply chain leadership across multiple continents, overseeing operations exceeding $1 billion and a workforce of over 25,000 people. Rodolfo, sir, it's over to you. Yes, sir, we are able to hear you. Rodolfo, sir, just a second. We are dealing a bit with technical issues.
It's a pleasure to be here with you. We stand here today at a pivotal moment to discuss human capital. But frankly, we're here to discuss something far more personal. We're here to answer the question that echoes in every lecture hall and every corporate boardroom alike. In a world of synthetic intelligence, what is the value of the human mind? For the students and teachers here today, you might worry that the curriculum is obsolete before the ink dries on the diploma. For the industry leaders here, you might worry that the talent pipeline is not ready for the speed of change. I'm here to tell you that both fears, while valid, overlook the greatest opportunity of all time. We're seeing a convergence. As a steam engine automated muscle, AI is automating cognition. But just as the tractor did not make the farmer obsolete, it just stopped them from pulling the plow, AI will not make us obsolete. It will simply force us to work differently. I believe the defining mantra for 2026 and beyond is this: AI will not replace humans, but humans who use AI will replace humans who do not. To my friends in academia, the era of know-how is ending. For a century, we tested students on memory. But in a world where a system can retrieve any fact or write any code in milliseconds, memorization is no longer a competitive advantage. The premium is on know why. Teachers, do not fear this tool. When the calculator was invented, math teachers were terrified it would ruin students' ability to think. Instead, it freed them from long division so they could study calculus and rocket science. AI is the calculator of the liberal arts for coding and for strategy, among other things. It is here to lift the drudgery so our students can focus on architecture of ideas. To the students, your value is no longer just in providing answers. Machines have the answers already. Your value is in asking the right questions. To my colleagues of the industry at large, we must stop looking for the ready-made talent because the definition of ready changes every 6 months. We need to build a centaur. In chess, a human playing alone can be beaten by a computer easily, but a human playing with a computer, a centaur, can beat the most powerful supercomputer alone. Our mandate for the industry is to build a workforce of centaurs. We need to democratize the creativity. We need to train our junior developers, our marketeers, and our analysts to be editors-in-chief of AI output. We need to move from valuing root skills to valuing learning ability, or learning agility. There is one last mile that technology cannot cross. AI is incredible at the first 80% of almost any job. The analysis, the drafting, the coding patterns, to mention just a few. But it fails at the last 20%. It cannot provide the nuance, the cultural context, the ethical judgment, or the empathy needed to close a deal or to comfort a patient. In an automated world, our humanity becomes our product, our premium product. Soft skills are the new hard skills. As we look towards the India AI Impact Summit in February 26, let us embrace this vision. Our focus on human capital, the central chakra we discussed, must be the engine that drives the three great sutras, people, planet, and progress. We will not build a future where humans compete against machines. We will need to build a future where humans rise on top of machines. To the students, learn to orchestrate this intelligence. To the teachers, teach the wisdom behind the data. And to the industry, invest in your human capital, for they are the ones who will wield this power. Let us not continue with fear, but with the confidence that human element is still the most powerful algorithm of them all. Thank you, and thank you for inviting me and having me here today.
Thank you, Mr. Rodolfo, for sticking through us even with the change of the schedule. With that, we have come down to the last keynote session. So with that, we are done with the last keynote session. Across the past couple of hours today, we had 5 keynote sessions, 2 special remarks, and 2 panel discussions, all of which were astounding in the kind of knowledge that we have received. One of the hallmark of a good session is that you come with answers and we send you back with more questions. And that is exactly what we tried to do today. And we hope that we have raised some dialogue within you, some questions within you that helps you to reflect how you would use AI capital, how you see yourself as a human capital. So thank you so much to all the panelists, panel members, keynote speakers, and special remarks speakers. We move forward to the next segment of Vibe Coding.
We now move on to an exciting and highly anticipated segment of the pre-event of India Impact Summit 2026, the Vibe Coding Workshop. This dynamic 90-minute hands-on workshop is designed especially for leaders and innovation enthusiasts who want to experience how powerful ideas can be transformed into tangible digital solutions without writing a single line of code. I'm also pleased to share that Infosys has kindly sponsored 5 exclusive goodie bags, which will be awarded to the top 5 performers in this workshop, which is based on creativity, problem solving, and innovation. We encourage all the participants to actively engage, collaborate, and make most of this unique learning experience. During this session, participants will discover proven 5-step framework to rapidly visualize business ideas as interactive UI prototypes using well-known free web-based vibe coding platforms. They will witness the impact of AI-first development and agentic tools that accelerate ideation, reduce time to market, and foster innovation. Participants will further gain exposure to the essentials of design thinking, agile prototyping, and collaborative problem solving. One of the key takeaways of this workshop includes a live portfolio-ready prototype relevant to one's industry, a practical understanding of modern UI, UX, and AI-powered development with no technical background required. Guiding us through this engaging experience is Mr. Abhijit Shah, Principal Technology Architect at Infosys. Mr. Shah is a seasoned technology leader with over 24 years of experience in delivering large-scale digital transformation programs for Fortune 500 organizations. With deep technical expertise, multiple professional certifications, and executive business training from IIM Kolkata, he is recognized thought leader in generative AI, sustainable engineering, and responsible technology practices. Please join me in warmly welcoming Mr. Abhijit Shah as we begin the Vibe Coding Workshop. Over to you, sir. Yes.
So good afternoon. I think we had late lunch, but I would not let you sleep. This is hands-on session. And with me, I would like to just introduce, Shailendra is there. He's a principal consultant in Infosys. And I have Ritika. She is a technology architect. So they would be running the show in the background, which they will share the screen. And they are trying to log in into Zoom's meeting. So while they do that, how many of us are really going to do it on laptop? Okay. So you guys have Zoom meeting details? Oh, okay. So you guys have internet sorted, right? Because we will be using online website. So, okay. So he will just give you instructions of how to connect to Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi.
Okay. So currently, quickly you can check Hyatt Wi-Fi. You can connect. So there is a second option called connect by SMS or phone. Quickly you can provide your mobile number, get the code, connect the Wi-Fi, Hyatt Wi-Fi, or note it down. Okay. And the second option you have to select, that is get SMS, and put your mobile number. Then you will get a code and use that code to log in. Okay?
Power is not there. I think they, here you can shift if there is some socket. Yeah. So few things, right? What we want to make sure is you have internet, because you will not be able to do hands-on. Okay. Second thing is that your laptop has to be charged. The sockets are just 2 or 3 here and there. So if your laptop is not charged, go to the corners and find some socket. Yeah, and when you get the code from Hyatt, it is just 4 characters, a number and ABCD. After that, dash or something is there, just don't take it, 4 characters. And I would prefer, like, if your mobile data is good, just go with mobile data, because we don't want to spend time in connectivity and all those kind of issues. So mobile data, if it works, try that, it is good. Ritika, are you getting connected to Zoom? Okay, so while they do it, right, how many of you today were, so whatever vibe coding workshop we want to make sure we don't spend time on typing, you been doing it multiple times, so whenever I get time. So Google AI Studio is second option for you whenever I get time. So Google AI Studio is second option for you, not the first, because if you are doing vibe coding with Google AI Studio, it'll give you errors. There will be technical errors and specific models which will come. We are going to use general models today. Okay, so lovable.dev was something which you were supposed to create, okay? Now, Ritika, can we go to the next slide, please, while you guys set up? Yeah. Yeah, so you can share. Okay, so I think they got, this is the QR code for the Zoom meeting. So please join the Zoom meeting. It will be easy for her to share links with you, and you get the ready prompts, which will help you to do faster. Because we have little less time. It was 90 minutes, now it is little less. So what we are going to do while you do this, we will generate one application with vibe coding. We will do step by step. In the process, I would need some volunteers. It is a 5-step process which will follow. So every step, I will need one volunteer to just tell what they do today. Mostly, if you are from software or IT, you will be able to say what you do. If you're not from IT, probably it may not resonate well with you. But it's still, at the end, when you see results, you will figure out how to use it in your day-to-day business. Okay. So, so I think we are good with the QR code.
Yeah, I think already few people have joined. Is there anyone not able to join using the QR code? Yeah, please try to join again, then we'll start.
I think we should move on. Those who are not able to join, just follow it on your own, because you don't need to really copy everything. We are going to use ChatGPT to generate most of it, but just in case if it doesn't generate for you, you can at least have something which is ready. You can download it later. We'll share that. So let's start, make it full screen. So this slide, I think what we did was, this is Infosys TechZuka. We were also affiliated with India AI Impact Summit. And that's how I got to know VIT is hosting India AI Summit event. And then they requested, okay, can Infosys partner with us in this event? And they invited us to do this vibe coding workshop with for this event. So, but we are doing quite a bit of events from Infosys, within Infosys, and with community. So this slide talks about it. I will not go into what is it all about, but let's move to the next slide, please. So vibe mode on. I just thought this was one session which I took last month, exactly on 15 November. So there I called it vibe mode on, and I liked it. Vision, innovation, build, and engineering. I think we can do a lot of this with vibing also. It accelerates all of this. So it was an acronym which I thought it resonates well. So I gave that. Let's move. Let's move. So participants guideline, I would not go through it, but generally whatever I'm sharing, it is my own thing. It's not an Infosys point of view. The demos that I'm showing are built on my own personal time hobby. The tools that I recommend, it's just because I found it free. It's not going to be the best or whatever. The process that I tell, yes, I learned in Infosys, how to do it effectively. So something which Infosys has taught me, which I'm using here. Okay, but a lot of this, okay, we lost the, okay, let's move on, participants guideline. Let's move on. Yeah, demo purpose only. So do not use this for production applications. Somebody might come back and say, sir, I used whatever you told and it went to production and I lost my job. So please, this is for hobby projects only. While a lot of it, after you learn, you can effectively start reusing also in your work, but not directly, right? You need to be cautious about it. Let's move on. Quiz we wanted to learn, but given the challenges, I am not hosting that quiz. We did do a quiz to know how many of you have done vibe coding. We'll pass that. So this is all what I asked for, right? Some of you told cursor and all that. The first are code generators. They just generate code for your prompts. Then there is some intelligence built in some IDs like cursor. That's why cursor is famous. But cursor is a fork of like GitHub Copilot or VS Code, right? They forked it and they added a lot of intelligence and it was smarter. So people loved it. And then there came a wave of lovable, Firebase kind of things. And the beauty is in lovable, you build something now, let's say, you publish it and you give the URL to your friend in USA. So it is deployed. So when my customer comes during the meeting itself, as I capture the notes, I put in lovable, I create a working prototype, and I show a deployed demo, not just to the person sitting in front of me, but his colleague who is there in USA. And everybody has a real feel of it, how it works. So that magic happens with deployment plus the front-end development. And that is what we will experience today. You all can build applications. We will give some goodies to people who are able to successfully build it and share it in the Zoom meeting. So let's move on. And then on the right-hand side, I had GitHub Copilot. Okay. So on the right-hand side, if you see GitHub Copilot, Lovable, Firebase, and Google AI Studio, these are the 4 which I used. I use regularly because most of them give you free credits. You can build a lot of projects. If you exhaust credits on one platform, you go to Firebase, you go to Google AI Studio, and all of that works. And as you keep on doing that, you solve real problems, and then you actually start building skills while you solve real problems. So you need to create a portfolio of projects, and it is very easy. We'll see that. Okay, let's move. So this is our life cycle, right? So I'm talking from SDLC point of view. Effectively, when we build software, you have to follow software development life cycle. And let's say somebody wants to explain SDLC quickly, 1 minute. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Proper design, detailed design, you develop, test, and deploy.
Yeah, so this is SDLC, which we try to depict over there, right? How many people would be involved in all this process?
There can be multiple people, right? One project manager, the solution architect.
And then you would have hired them after a lot of scrutiny.
Absolutely.
Right. So these people, right, whatever we are going to build today, one website, it will need some 10 people to go through the whole process. From idea creation, then documentation, SRS, design, build, test, all of that, right? And now what we are going to do is we are going to wipe, and we are going to build something. So it doesn't mean that you are going to replace the people in your production projects. This is a vibing project, which is just to create some prototypes and get your thoughts clear, innovate, and then go with more confidence to your customers or to your manager and sell the idea, which will help you elevate your role, as well as your manager might be able to sell it to a customer and get new business for him. So vibing is for that. But in reality, these 5 people are there. Whoever is doing a postman kind of job, right, taking this data and giving to that person, what will happen to him with AI, you have to ask, whatever I am doing, is this just because I am there connecting 2 dots, or I am adding value? So vibing is something you should start doing it because you add value to your own worth. But we will see now, this is old. How would a new way of SDLC look? That we will end with this session, okay? So these 5 people, would they be there tomorrow and in the new life cycle? And if they are there, how? What will be their role? We'll try to understand that towards the end. So and it takes weeks to months probably. We are going to do it in an hour or less. So let's go ahead. Yeah, this is what we will come back to the end because there is a huge impact that is going to happen. So from problem to prototype, right? So first, you need to start finding the problems. Meaning if you are coming to office and daily you have to pick 10 emails, find out who is the sender, create some list, go to your manager and say, these are the 10 people who have communicated or contacted us. Then ask yourself a question, am I required? This is a routine job. Every day it is happening, and I'm doing this for last 10 years. This kind of jobs will not be there. So you really need to find a problem. This is a problem. I'm doing this manually every day. This is a problem. So you start finding your own problems that I am doing this, am I required to do this? And if not, how to get rid of this so that I free my bandwidth to do something better. And it is possible. You yourself can fix it. We wait for some automation guru to come and do it for you, which is not required. Let's do it ourselves. Okay. So let's vibe it. And we will follow a 5-step process over here, right? Now anybody can open lovable.dev. If you have registered, start with that. And you can go there and say, I want to do this, that, whatever, in 5, 10, 20 lines maybe. And it will do. It will give you a result. It will build a good website. And then you will feel, oh, I have built it. But to say I have built it, right, you need to own it. And for that, for anything you want to build as a hobby project, we need a product brief, right? You need a goal, you need a vision. So I want somebody to give us some goal or a vision, idea that we can vibe over here and build something for it. So who is going to, yeah, so first hand. Give the mic.
Myself Santosh, and we go for trek every Sunday, and our team is growing like anything. And the real challenge is where is maintaining that expense tracker. It is very, very difficult or tedious job, and at the end of the day, still we are not able to get whether that tracker is up to the mark or not. There are a lot of challenges.
Okay, so this is the real problem that they face, right?
Yeah.
So he has given us a product brief that he needs to solve this problem, and for that he will need some capabilities or features in the application that he wants to build. And if those features and capabilities are built, his team probably may be able to solve the problem of not having a clear view of who has updated, not updated, a dashboard basically with a lot of data. Right. So this is the product brief, and I would encourage the participation. So we will give a goodie to the first person who stood up, first person to raise hand. And for 5 steps, we will have 5 people to receive goodie. So thank you so much for coming up quickly. We did not have to waste time trying to get participation. So we had a proactive person. So basically, right, product brief comes from a product owner, let's say, or a stakeholder who gives a goal, vision. And these are some of the things, right? A product is built for a purpose. So his purpose is he needs to solve the mess, right? It's a pain. And then you have importance for stakeholders, right? So see, stakeholders have so many ideas today. They really know the problems, but they also know the limitations of the team. If I give them 10 problems, they will not work on any. So they gave you one thing at a time so that you digest it and then take 6 long months to come up with some plan that, okay, we want a 20 people team to build it. Now those days are gone. With vibe coding and the kind of capabilities that we have, ideally, as soon as he says, your manager is going to expect a day or a 2, come back with a plan and a prototype. Don't come with a document. I want to see something, what I'm going to get. And that is possible today. So we can solve huge amount of complex problems also by vibe coding, meaning at least the prototype stage, right? You spend 4 months in doing prototype, now you are doing it in a week. That is a huge gain of 3 to 4 months, which we can achieve. So product brief is something you got, but if I have to implement his details, right, whatever he said, I cannot go and do with product brief. While you can go and use Lovable and create a solution, it will give you a solution, but I don't want to do blindly. My product has to have features. It has to have so many things. So I need somebody who has done a product requirement specification or something like that, and who can tell me what is required on top of product brief. So yeah, let's go with a lady. You can go ahead. Yeah.
Hi everyone, so this is Mugdha. I work for a Roche as a product owner and product manager, and we are a pharmaceutical based company, and we are also making softwares for various needs. One of the need we have is like one of the big portfolio we have is called as cervical screening. In cervical screening, I mean, I don't know how many of you aware, but there are various types of cancers available. Particularly in cervical screening also, depending on what type of virus is being found inside you, there are various kind of tests you need to be done. So the person, like the lady is being tested today, after, and if she has found say HPV 16, she has to go to the different workflow of the testing. If she has found HPV 18, she has to follow the different workflow, and every 6 to 8 months this needs to be done. So it is very crucial, sorry.
So while she explains, right, she's a product owner, so she is explaining the whole product.
Yeah.
I think all of you will not understand what she is talking. Even I cannot understand because I don't understand cancer and what thing, right? But reality is, we need a product owner who understands business like her probably to write specifications.
Right.
She has to give me that my solution has to have 5 features. I need this for my patient, this, so it can be whatever tests she wants to do, whatever reports she wants to share and all that. So she will give me a detailed specification, right? Unless you have those features, specifications, and then convert them into story, your team cannot start. So whatever process we follow today in our day-to-day work, right? We do a product specification, backlog, stories, then put it in Jira, then somebody does story pointing. All that is not optional. If you start to bypass it, the product will be there, but you will not know what is there in the product. So we still need to do everything. So that is why people are not using it in production like vibe coding, because you really don't know what you are doing. Now here what we are going to do is, for product brief and product description, now it is a time to create product brief, okay? So I want those who are there working with laptops, create one product brief first. Like he said, right, he had some challenge. I want to solve this problem. You can type some 4 lines, 5 lines, and say that my product should have these 3, 4 features. Just write one paragraph, and for that, can you share the product brief with people on Zoom? A sample product brief. So she is going to put this on Zoom application. Okay, so if you have logged in, this is a loan application. Everybody would have taken loan for auto, for car, for home, right? It is various types of loans are there. So she is going to build application with us, okay? As we go ahead, we will completely build this loan application. I just used some examples from you, but we are not going to build your ideas. We are going to build one idea which she is going to show. Or you are free to take your own product brief, but you may lag behind. So she has shared one product brief. Let me read it out. Create a clickable prototype for a loan application journey with following capabilities. Multiple loan times, smart eligibility checker, home loan journey, home loan comparison tool, EMI calculator, interactive payment visualization, document upload, autofill capabilities from uploaded documents. Okay, so this is quite a bit, right? If you had to build this application, you may or may not be able to build it in 3 months also. And you will have to start thinking about how to get the team in place and all that. So we are trying to build this application. This is a brief. It still doesn't have those features and the whole PRD thing. Now, once you have this in place, hopefully some of you are doing, because in the end we are going to give 5 winners, which was announced, right? So it is easy, just follow. And if you cannot follow this, you do whatever you feel you are happy with, a simple application. It will still build that application. So you will have an application ready by end. So let's go and see the product description now, PRD, which is our step 2. Okay. So this is prototype requirement document, because it is just a prototype. We are not building a full product. But we already had core features and constraints which were explained by her, and then she would have thought of roadmap also, and we would give some initial details, actionables, specifications, all of that. So can you show a product requirement document? Okay, so first let's create it. I think let's create it in front of them instead of showing something. So what we are going to do now is, you already got that product brief, right? So open your ChatGPT or whichever, right, Gemini. Open that tool, and we are going to create product requirement specifications using ChatGPT, Gemini, whichever tool you have. Put the product requirement, the product brief that you got from Zoom into ChatGPT. So she is doing that. This is Microsoft Office Copilot 365. Okay, you can use anything, Gemini, ChatGPT, GitHub Copilot, whatever. So this is Office 365, and she is going to put this and generate. Have you done that? Yeah. So we have given that product brief over here, and the product requirement document, right? Prototype requirement document is getting generated. Okay, it takes a minute probably, but while it gets created, you all can also start generating it. Let's show them the actual document, how it will look. So now while you can always vibe it, right? Like I said, you don't need to type whole product requirement specification document, which will be 10, 15 pages probably, right? If your product owner gets paid with a handsome salary for writing those documents, which are lengthy. And here we are just vibing it so that the whole PRD gets created within a minute, which Ritika is going to share now. Let's see if, yeah. So this is our PRD. We gave it to Office 365 with some instructions, and it has created a purpose, goal, success criteria, and let's keep on target users, personas for whom you are building this. Then you are having in scope, because it can hallucinate, right? It can build world of features. So you have to tell what you need and say that don't do this, don't do that, whatever. So we have given that. Now, not we. This is all auto-generated because we said in a prompt something. Based on our prompt, it has generated this document. Okay, scroll, assumptions, user journeys and flows, home loan journey, so your features, your user stories, right? So all that, which probably a human would have taken a month to do, we have got in a minute or two. Comparison tool, EMI calculator. So one word was given that I need a comparison tool, a EMI calculator. Now we have a paragraph and a story for that. So stories are already there, product backlog is already there. We have some goal, so, and we know what not to do also. So multiple loan times. Now you can actually see it has some 8 pages over here, right? So that kind of detail, that's why we started, right? How many of you really were able to navigate here? If you had proper details with you step by step, you would have realized I'm in the wrong direction. You would have come here directly because your inputs were good enough. So all the AI output is dependent on your input. If you have given input properly, detailed, it will try to follow that. Wherever there are open-ended things, it will assume something and still give you output, which you may or may not like. And then you will say AI doesn't work. It doesn't work because you never trained it. Right? It's like a baby, like a 2-year child. If you show cat, dog, and 10 pictures, and it likes cat, every picture first it will say cat. After 3 months it will say this is cat, this is dog, because you said bhav bhav meow meow. Now it realizes this is bhav bhav and this is meow meow. Right? So you are training. AI needs data. And we have created a PRD. Now she is also pasting PRD over here. Ideally, you don't need her to paste it. You should put a product brief and generate a PRD, and you will have two documents now. First is product brief, that is your idea. You put that into ChatGPT or Gemini or any other thing with a detailed specification or a template, how your PRD should look. You just gave a template that it should have users, personas, in scope, out scope, features. All that it has generated. So second document is in place with us now. Okay. So guys, those who are doing, anybody doing and
I
still
have
able to.
shared the prompt, which you can paste it in the ChatGPT directly. And now you can see it has created a PRD actually, which is a downloadable document, similar to what we showed just now.
Yeah. So just that we have to give a template of PRD. A PRD can have 10 sections, 20 sections, or 50 sections, whatever number you want. We have just 7-8 sections over here. So it is not a realistic PRD that your people do in production, okay? And for those who are feeling this is too technical, you really don't need to give a PRD template also. You just give a simple explanation in English and tell the ChatGPT, give me details of how this application will look. And it will generate a product requirement specification for you. You don't really need to understand is this PRD, BRD, or whatever. It is just that where are the details in the prompt. By yourself, you cannot type that. So ask ChatGPT to give you detailed prompt. You review it. Does it have all features and capabilities that you had in your mind? If it has everything, proceed. If not, change it a little bit and then create a UI. You will see the features in the UI that will get generated as per your need, not as per what AI visualized, right? Because it is your goal, your vision, your problem. You know what is the real problem. Accordingly, we have to tweak it. So contextualization is required. So So this is PRD, step 2. I have complicated a little bit purposefully because we really need to understand AI is not just magic. Put 4 lines and I can do vibe coding. I really want you to understand that there are people, real human beings, who are putting a lot of intelligence, value, to build these products. Now, they are not replaceable just like that. They can be assisted by AI to do the same job in 4 days instead of 4 months. And if they are not capable enough to do it in 4 days, somebody else is going to come and claim that job, and these people will leave the job because they are not able to, because they did not learn AI, the AI tools, the potential of AI. So reality is, human is there, but the work started, you gave 4 lines input, AI did huge amount of work, then you gave feedback. So your role becomes a assisted, what you can say, PO or proxy PO or something like that. AI is complementing your abilities and giving you a lot of free time actually to innovate your product, because the companies that will thrive in this age are the companies who will reinvent their products, not just maintain them. And reinvention needs innovation. So the real people who will get paid handsome salary are the people who can understand, empathize with the user, and innovate the products with AI. Okay, so we built this document. Let's move to the third stage now. So after having these 2 things, right, what do we need? Anybody who wants to guess? Yeah, go ahead. Okay, data flow. Yeah, good. High-level design, UI mockup. Yes, I am coming to UI because we are creating prototype. So for our thing, yes. So our thing, UI is that we will work. Data flow and everything comes, but we are just focusing on UI. So what we will do is, you got product requirement specification from PO. PO knows how many types of users will come in this system. Administrator, customer, stakeholder, and then how should they navigate so that it becomes usable. So if you give this requirement, it'll implement that. But if you don't give, it will assume. So what we are trying to do in this step is, we are going to build a screen flow document. Okay, so empathize with user first, then expand the clear problem with AI. Okay, so you need to understand when this person comes, he needs to see a dashboard, right? Stakeholder doesn't need to know a lot of details. He just needs to know the matrices. But when some administrator comes, he needs to see the issues or some pending tasks and something like that. So user flows have to be defined for all the personas that we have already identified in the previous thing. Now, you really don't need to do all this. AI is going to do it for us. It will identify screen navigations and all of that in the next stage. But you review it. And if you feel comfortable, go ahead with the next step. So first thing is, we'll generate this screen flow document with another prompt. So let's have a look at that prompt. So net, what I'm trying to do is, whatever we do when we build these applications, even as a layman, you think of what you need in your application, put in plain English, get details, as much details as you can provide, so that it is very close to what you have visualized. Okay, so that is all. You don't need to write any code yet. So she is going to show us. Okay, it's a simple prompt, right? What we have done is, we had a product requirement document from step 2. We attached that document over here, saying that this is my product requirement document. I have so many personas. I have so many features. Can you help me identify the screen navigation between the different modules, so that in the next step, when I build it, it'll work as per my requirement. So now that prompt, you can share it with people on chat, so that they can also build it. So while we do the screen flows, it should not take a long time. It is a small document that will get generated. So we had product brief, then we had product requirement document, and this is the third stage where we are asking it to build the screen flows for us. So any guess what will be our next step? Okay. Yes. Wireframes. Data model. Architecture. Okay. So all these are technical people, and they are giving all valid inputs. But I was trying to just see if somebody goes to the next step that I have in my flow. All these steps are there, but I will show what I have in the flow. Yeah, it will come. So, okay. So while their screen flow gets created, let's go to the next step. So, anybody who wants to explain what is this? Yeah, go ahead.
What kind of style will appeal the end user? The theme, whatever the Google theme or whatever the styling, CSS and HTML themes.
Yeah, so basically you love certain sites, right? You go and visit, let's say, Amazon. You go and visit Facebook. And you like the look and feel maybe of that site. While there might be another competitors also, the usability, the performance, the look and feel. But the first thing is look and feel. If it doesn't look good, it is clumsy and all that, you probably are not going to visit it. So I think we should give goodie to him also. So let's make sure people keep on participating. Thank you. So style guide, right? This is where style sheet, CSS and all that happens, the magic of look and feel. This job we will delegate to AI, right? Now, like he said, I want something like Google. This is a loan application. So from banking point of view, you might have loved the look and feel of ICICI Lombard offering loans, maybe AXA or whatever, right? So you know that the vibes are good. I like the vibes of Kotak. I like the vibes of ICICI. So we will copy that style, entire style, look and feel of some existing site that you love with AI and apply it to in our prototype. So our site will look exactly like that, okay? So we are going to copy one site over here. Let's show the prompt. And you guys can change from where you want to copy the look and feel. You can say ICICI, you can say whatever, right?
This screen flow document is also created. So if anybody is following, you can also download it for your application. Next will be the style guide prompt.
Yeah, we have short time, so let's move ahead. Screen flow, probably people have done it. So let's share the style guide. So if you see, this is a bank. We are copying the style of that bank, right? It can be anything that you want, but we are just pasting this style guide over here. And you can basically change the URL to any site that you want, okay? So you have pasted it, right? So analyze this site and pick up the relevant UI styles for the prototype that should match the actual website. So basically, we will see the output also, and we will see that, okay, the exact site, whatever from where we have copied the styles, our site looks like that, okay? So we struggle with CSS, our UI developers struggle to get the look and feel and all that. But this is vibe, right? So if you have some vibes, you can just start copying, and AI does it perfectly well. So this is creating the style guide. And you can also start this process in your chat window, copy the prompt, and if you want, you change the URL, and then it will build the style guide. So let's move to the next step while it creates the style guide. So by now what we have is, we have product brief, product requirement document, screen flow document, and the style guide is cooking. So with these four, we can actually put all of them together and code something, okay? While we need architecture, while we need the data flows, while we can also think about creating wireframes, we can do hundreds of things in real life. But because this was a short workshop, we took 4 steps, and this can be n number of steps for you to do But in reality, every step, if I give to a UI developer, he will take another maybe 15 days to come up with a style guide. Even if it's already there in the organization, even then to get it to our application, he takes 2 sprints. So how fast this can be done, right? Just to demonstrate, we have taken 4 steps, and the 5th step is to build the UI prototype. These 4 documents, okay? And you can obviously go home and add few more steps, whatever you know based on your knowledge. So let's show them the final prompt. Style guide is ready. Let's move ahead. Okay. So what we did is that in all these processes, the expected thing was AI does something, you give feedback. Validate whatever it has done. Don't blindly accept, because you can do it blindly if you are pure layman. But today is the age where pure layman has no business to do. He will be out of business. You really need to understand what is happening to a little bit. So that's why a product owner position is getting converted into a technical product owner. Product manager is getting converted into a technical product manager. Now this is not just a jargon that somebody is putting technical. You really need to understand a little bit more than what we do today. Okay, so we did that. We understood what we are doing step by step, and now we are going to put all of this into Lovable. So this is Lovable. Ideally, what we were planning to have is, we were going to share a referral URL with all of you, so that you use my referral URL, and I get 10 points or 10 credits for each. So I would be a lakpati today if 300 people give me 10 points each. But we couldn't share the referral URL, and most of you would have logged in by yourself. But for referral, you get 10 credits, okay? So you can ask your friends to use your referral and go ahead. So what she is doing over here is, she is going to ask, okay, can you show the real prompt? So in Lovable, you have to copy paste that prompt. Yeah. Do you have it in Word document? I think that will be better. Let's have a look at the Word document where you have this prompt. So she has pasted it already. You can copy that prompt and put it in Lovable and let it cook. It takes 10 minutes. While it cooks, we will discuss a little bit more. So I just wanted to go through the prompt. The prompt is real simple now. We have done the hard work. Okay, so can you scroll up? Let's see over here itself, right? So see, what we have said is build a responsive. Responsive meaning it has to be interactive for the user, right? It should not keep on spinning. Then you are saying that interactive, responsive also is device. Mobile device, a large device, small device. So it becomes responsive for the device that you are using. And then dashboard, because we want to see some results, right? And then you go on like managing payments, because it was a loan kind of application. So we are building something for that. So this is based on our product brief that we had. Now I want to keep it simple. So I said only build front end, no database, no authentication, because if I don't tell, it will start doing all this and we will never end. So we are saying that give me pure UI so that I can go and talk to my stakeholder, and he will actually give me feedback, early feedback, and then I will build on top of it. So we have this, and then go down. So we are saying use the source of truth as product brief, prototype requirement document, screen flow document, style guide. And all these details are already created, so those are attached as attachments. So here you will see Lovable allows me to attach Word document. If you use Google AI Studio doesn't allow you to upload a Word document, okay? It will ask you to upload a text file. So what you guys have to do is ask the ChatGPT or Gemini, convert this Word document into a text file and upload text files if you are using Google AI Studio. But you don't need to do it manually, you just get it done with AI. So all the 4 documents are there. So we gave goal, we gave all the 4 documents, and we asked it to build using these 4 documents. Now, like I said, it is going to take 10 minutes. It will show you the progress over there, and it will also show you that, okay, 3 tools used means 3 documents were uploaded, so it is using them. And it will tell you that, okay, what it has understood. Then Bendigo Bank design, core screens, core features, first version. So it actually does like you do in production. Version 1, version 2, it will actually also create a checkpoint where you can roll back your version to previous version. Lovable is connected to GitHub repo. So your code that is there in the background, you don't understand code probably, but there is code, React code and all that. It can be pushed to GitHub repo. So you have a code which you can modify, customize, edit directly in the browser, so a developer can go and do it. It's really not required because you can, if you don't like some feature or you have missed one feature, you can actually use the prompt and say, please add this feature. And it will actually add that feature in the current version that we will see in a bit of while. So your deployment, your version control, your source code, everything, whatever you do in your real life, this supports. It's just that it's hiding a lot of technical complexities, right? Without writing a line of code, it is building a real world prototype with React, HTML, CSS, all the guidelines that we have given. Okay. So while it does it for 10 minutes, see, it is creating mock data also. So mock data is because I have said that don't go to database, but give me data so that I can see something on the screen. So it is having its own data in the application which it will load and it will allow you to see. So hope all of you will go and start this process. It will take 10 minutes. And while it does that, Ritika will share her screen because she has already built this, and we will see what got built. So can you open? So this is the application that she has built. Okay. So if you see Loan Hub, home, eligibility, compare loans, EMI calculator. Now if you remember what features we had seen in the product requirements, you will see some of these were there. Calculate loans, multiple type of loans should be supported and all that. So check eligibility was one of the things which is added, right? And then you see the kind of details it has implemented. And if you open bindigo.com site in the other tab, it probably you will be able to make sense that Bindigo looks exactly like this. Okay, so how easy it is to copy somebody's identity, right? We just said that make my site look like this. And actually I tried yesterday night with Amazon, and it created a site exactly like Amazon for me. I created a smart grocery store, and it was a copy of Amazon. So this is Bindigo site, okay? So it copied the styles. Styles will be for each and every element on the screen. How the buttons are there curved, the kind of color theme that it is using, right? Where to position the login button if it is, right? So certain things will be there, responsiveness. So from here, it has copied a lot of these styles. And so if you see, right, it looks magical. Sorry?
No, the screen is gone.
So anybody who is at the last stage, like already started cooking the site? Okay, good.
You want to go with some of the responses check?
Yeah, if you have any questions, right, what we are doing, we can check that.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Any
I could have. So any questions, anybody?
Oh, I'm ready with my
Yes.
Okay.
Can you give the mic, please?
Yeah.
Not the question, but I just want to share the hack or trick. Once this audience go back and they want to give a try, they should not get stuck. Because I have also built one app, web app.
Okay. Yeah.
So if you go to Lovable, for every prompt, there is $1 amount associated with that. Okay. So by default, you will get $5 in your wallet, and it will keep on growing. So the trick for that is, whatever the prompts you are giving, go back to the Gemini or ChatGPT and try to refine the prompt. And that prompt, and do mention that I want a prompt for Lovable to do this, whatever it is. And same prompt you can give it to Lovable, so that it will help you to grow your that wallet, and it will not, you will not run out of that zero. Once it goes to zero, you can't do anything. Okay.
So this is valid point, right? See, you guys all are like, we all are adults, right? I was taking a session for Infosys kids, Infosys kids, right? 8th grade to 12th grade and all that. Yeah, okay. So we will. So I was just telling, right? So there was one. There is a LinkedIn post of that 8th grade student. She exactly told this same thing. Okay. She tried Cursor and she tried couple of models, and she was like general Gen Z language, right? This is crap. I don't like this. It ate up $5 in just 5-6 prompts. I will never use this. I would want you to use this. This is the one which you should try. So, 8th grade student understands what is the value of money. But today, our developers who are using cloud, who are using AI, they don't understand what we are doing has a cost implication. Because we have not made them pay. While this student, she would have got some $10 or $20 from her father, recharge, and she is using that effectively to make sure that every penny she is using is worth it. You need to understand the value of what you are using or wasting. And today, the reality is in cloud, we are wasting millions and millions of dollars because of bad code or bad design. So now what we want to do is, because some of them have completed the applications, so if anybody wants to share the screen and show on Zoom, you can show it. We have goodies for people who show the site.
I have 3 persons who I have identified. They have completed very fast.
You want them to share the screen? How they can share the screen?
Can you share your screen? You have joined with the Zoom? Yeah, you can share.
Yeah, so the reality is, right, you start doing this for yourself.
You can share on Zoom.
Yeah, you can share. They are already on Zoom.
Can you raise your hand, whoever wants to share?
No,
on the Zoom meeting, he will make you co-host and you can share your
I'll
screen.
just give the number. We have already 3 users who had.
Or basically ask them to just plug in their laptop, no?
Is it completed? Can you show? Is it completed? Your 5th number.
So I will tell you a few more things, right? I submitted my appraisal last week, okay? I keep on doing hundreds of things over the years,
still doing
and it was the annual appraisal. So I have a hobby of keeping a good track of things, but this year, because I was doing so many things, I did not keep a track of it. So whatever Ritika is showing is Office 365 Copilot, okay? This Office 365 Copilot, because it is enterprise version, it has access to my emails. What I told is, find out all my contributions since last 1st October 2024 till 30th September 2025, where I would be talking about some achievements, I would have received some appreciation, I would have presented to some customer, or I would have hosted some workshops. I gave a detailed prompt. And it actually created a deck of 68 slides for me. Okay.
Abhijit, first solution. Who is sharing right now? No, hold on, sir. Hold on. I have given the numbers. I'll come to you. Yeah. You can share again. Yeah. No, I think we are little short on time. Can you just scroll on, probably? So he has, maybe quickly, within 1 minute.
Yes. Yeah, so it's the quick grocery shopping.
Yeah, you created a grocery shopping.
Yeah,
so he did not copy, basically. we shared the prompts for loan, and he has actually built his own grocery shop.
Yes.
Within 40 minutes, probably, right?
Yeah.
And now he knows how to go and modify this.
Right, so I've added the predefined recipes also. So instead of adding products one by one, I can just select that I want to, cook butter chicken today. Then it will automatically tell me the
what you want, right? The whole grocery.
Automatically.
So think of the innovation that you can make, that you don't need to shop. You just need to say, I want to cook a butter chicken, add all ingredients in my basket and ship it.
Can you share quickly? Share.
So you really don't need to learn machine learning. You really don't need to learn complicated algorithms, models. You don't need to build all of that, right? People have done it already. But can't we not use it at least? See, I am not saying you don't need to learn. Meaning, for those who are not technical, see, the person who invented refrigerator is not a multi-millionaire, right? He invented the process, the technology. But Samsung, LG, they marketed it and they are ruling the world. So for us, platform is set. Apply your brain's ideas and create applications.
You want to explain?
So yeah, next one.
Hello, so this is like a website which is for loans where we can get home loans, personal loans, and we can check the eligibility, calculate the EMI, as well as we can get the car loans, education loans, and all the other types of loans. And that's
so it is following the storyline which we gave,
yes,
right?
Sir.
Which is good. So looks like you use some other style maybe.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that is good. Congratulations. And
Thank you.
And for students, right, what I would like to tell is, guys, there is code in the background. Okay. You are a student. So your career is going to be built on code. Vibe coding will not build your career. Okay. So unless you are able to explain the code, I am not going to hire you. So please, 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 for students, you can build innovative ideas, you can build innovative solutions, impress me when I come to hire you. But when I ask 2 questions about code in the background, I expect you to talk with confidence as well. I would not hire marketing people for an engineering job. And not everybody can make business in marketing. It is a tough job, getting customer to sign the deals. We have, okay. Go ahead with the next solution. Okay. So again, smart loans. So while they are showing, right, she is my wife actually. I had invited her, Mugdha. I had invited her so that I don't waste time in asking people to talk, but we had good audience over here. So you were proactive. And I had to give her an opportunity because she traveled. So she explained the product requirements for you. But in reality, I built her cervical cancer product, okay, whatever she was talking about. And I do have that demo also. So it works like magic. And then what that cervical cancer product, what it did was, it took all the regulatory acceptance from me.
Can you share?
This is a private data. This is this data, agree to this, agree to that, all the consents.
Wait.
Because it is a medical thing. And after that, it started to, so I never talked about consents in my requirements, but it added that. So that is where we say that, okay, it understands from somewhere, and it starts to add those things, which you may or may not want. So, yes.
We have interesting solutions.
Yeah, go ahead.
The next is, he has developed something different, okay? I will go with the different solutions now. Sorry, I will, wait, will come. Can you share? So he has developed a trip, okay?
So your dashboard is ready, sir.
We are running out of time. We have a lot of goodies. We have a questionnaire as well. So what to do?
You can run the quiz in parallel, while some people can just share the feedback verbally. Because quiz, if you want to play, it is also a good thing.
So maybe, Badrish, can you join us? Can you just check a couple of solutions which you see the out of box? Preeti, yeah. So yeah, you just check, and if you see that interesting solution, we can give them goodies. Okay? Ritika, can you also join? Or Abba, you want to join? Or ma'am, do you want to join to evaluate few of the solutions so that we can give them goodies, because we can't allow everyone to share. Okay? So he has developed a something trip dashboard. Okay, and this is the last, I think, yeah. Can you hand over the goodies as well?
You want to run the quiz maybe? Let's do a quiz. Last thing.
So I think this person also deserves because he has something different developed. We can't go through the entire demo. Probably you can share the video with us.
Yeah, let's run a quiz.
Okay.
So Shailendra created a quiz for us. Earlier we wanted to take a poll, and now there is a quiz because we have learned something. And this quiz is pretty simple, so there are some 2 or 3 goodies for that also. I am sure even if you have not done hands-on, you will be able to answer all of them. So you have to scan the QR code. You don't need laptop, just mobile.
Okay, probably quickly you can look at the screen. Probably you can scan the QR code. Okay. I'll give the guidelines. I have a lot of other goodies.
Can you zoom it? Can you zoom it so that only QR code is visible?
Okay.
No, zoom it so that QR code is visible.
Okay.
It is not visible. From distance, they are not able to take it.
Okay, I think someone has done it for me.
Okay.
See, don't hurry to run. If you score 100 out of 100, I have best watches for you. Okay. So don't forget to, once you submit, take a screenshot. Okay. I'll give the guideline. Don't jump on to the giving the answers. Okay.
Hey, let's run it. We don't have time.
Just rewind couple of minutes or couple of hours. I'm just getting this dialogue of very famous. How many of you thought of that, today we'll learn something new? किसी ने सोचा कि आज कुछ नया सीखते हैं?
3 idiots.
Yeah. I can tell you Abhijit is very passionate, about coding. Recently this Indigo hack, Indigo kiosk, right? So he in fact developed a prototype sitting on the Bangalore airport. Okay. And I see the similar lot of users sitting here. Even this sir is quite, experienced, but his passion for getting that Zoom link and some of the solutions you guys have tried is amazing. Okay, so a lot of good learning out of it.
A quiz
so,
is started or no?
So quiz is started, you have to submit. At the end, take a screenshot. Okay, if I see 100 out of 100, probably will immediately give the gift. Okay, if you click somewhere, then you have to re-attend the quiz. Okay, we do not have any tracker because this is a public quiz, we can't track who is that. So you have to get with the screenshot. And if you are not getting 100 out of 100, then we'll go for 90. Okay, just read it carefully.
Yeah.
I just want to teach you vibe coding is basically, or AI thinking, the thought process behind it. It is not something different, okay? It is coming out of your own thought process, own thinking. So if you read carefully, you will find the right answer. Okay, so that is a simple hack. So yes, ma'am.
I really want to appreciate staff members who are sitting over here. These are Vishwakarma pharmacy staff members. They are not even from engineering background, typically what we say. And they are from computer science. Yeah. But all of them sat together, went through it. They created the loan application, which looks similar to that. So not only our engineers, our pharmacy professors are also now, gearing up with the latest things, Oh my God! All, yeah. It's a real synergy. Yeah, it's a real synergy. Yeah, it's nice.
No, so really you can solve so many problems, and it is just your children. Actually, you should inspire them to innovate. There is a lot
Guys,
that can be done.
Just stand quickly there. All these are, they are already scored 100. A big round of applause.
Congratulations.
Okay. So I think we have 7 clocks. Okay. So we have to, you also got 100? Yeah, please stand.
Check how many goodies you have.
Okay, so I request Abhijit to hand over all these people. I have checked, all of them have scored 100. First of all, big round of applause to all of them. You have to be little hold, okay? Now stop. If you score 100, don't come because we are short of goodies, but yeah, you can hand over one by one.
Okay. So while we give these goodies to the VIT professors, we also had certificates. But because there is no time, we will hand over the certificates for the attendance to this workshop. It is Infosys TechZuka under which we host this kind of events. So it is just a certificate so that they can actually cherish that certificate later. So you can write the names and give it to them later, and we will hand over the goodies.
Scores. If I have, I will give you.
So I think we are short of goodies now, but
Can
we
you
will
just
send
a round of
certificates
applause
you.
for these three people? Okay, we are extremely sorry. Maybe when next time when you visit.
We just really enjoyed the session. That's all.
Yeah, thank you so much. See, this is what the selflessness. He is saying that he's really enjoyed the session, and that is what.
No, good. So while we did this event, I also tried this in Agile conference last 15 November. So we did it in Agile conference where delegates had come. But the way I think we were able to see the feedback from you and the demos which students showed, I think this was phenomenal. I loved it and hope you all also learned something out of it. All these applications, prompts, and there are 5 more applications that I prepared for this, which I wanted to give to you all, is there. I will upload it on GitHub. So anybody who wants to look at the prompts for 5 more applications apart from the loan app, you connect with me on LinkedIn. I will share the GitHub Drive link. You can download the prompts, and then obviously you can go to Lovable and build it. If Lovable credits are not available, go to Firebase, go to AI Studio, Google AI Studio, and just build your confidence so that you can take it forward.
Yeah. So next step is, if you want to see, there is something, if you are using the Microsoft tools like C# or .NET, there is something called backend for frontend, and you can build the a scaffolding. Okay, so you actually from this UI you can generate an entity. From this entity you can build robust APIs. You can again vibe coding. Okay, and using once you generate the entity, you can generate the backend database as well in any database. So that is the next hack. The actual workshop is pretty big. We need 90 full minutes. Okay, so this is something probably you can try it at home. So generate entities and then generate APIs and then generate databases. Okay, and you can use the same tools, Gemini or GitHub Copilot, or that is something tip I can give you.
Okay, so lastly, thank you so much to Shailendra and thanks to Ritika. So they were with me up till late night, 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. So they actually worked with me, and that gives me confidence that yes, tomorrow we will be standing here. And Ritika was running the code, so you know what she did till 1 a.m., trying to make sure that things work. Okay, but we need this kind of enthusiast people, and we are not doing this just for this event. Like TechZuka is on since last 1 month, and it will continue till 31st December. And after that, we will give the report and data of all these events to Government of India as a pre-summit event, because we are also affiliated to them. And then our Infosys TechZuka report will be on the government site, saying that these were the events hosted by Infosys. So we are doing this quite a while, and apart from their project work, they are able to contribute, which is a big thing. So thank you so much.
Thank you all for participating. I think we had a lovely audience and great participation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, the entire team of Mr. Abhijit Shah, for such an interactive and hands-on workshop. I am pretty sure all the participants over here did learn a lot of technicalities and also enjoyed the entire workshop. Thank you so much. On behalf of the organizers, I thank you for such an interactive workshop. I request all the participants of the workshop to please come forward, and also the dignitaries, by our very own Mukund Kulkarni sir and also Deshpande sir, for a group picture with our expert for the day. Participants, I request everyone to please come forward for a picture. All the participants, quickly. Please occupy the front rows so that everybody can fit in the picture.
Nitin sir, is everybody visible? Huh?
टूट गया है पता नहीं सर ग्लास टूट गया
As we conclude the pre-summit on Human Capital for India AI Impact Summit 2026, I extend our sincere gratitude to all those who made today's deliberations meaningful and impactful. We thank the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Digital India, and Indie AI for their visionary leadership, and our collaborators AICTE, CII, and Infosys for their continued support in strengthening India's AI and skilling ecosystem. First and foremost, we express our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Bharat Agarwal, President Vishwakarma University, for his constant encouragement, leadership, and unwavering support in hosting this important summit. We also extend our sincere thanks to Professor Mukund Kulkarni, Vice Chancellor Vishwakarma University, Dr. Rajesh Zalnekar, Director Vishwakarma University of Technology, Bhiwadi, Dr. Vivek Deshpande, Director Vishwakarma Institute of Technology, Kondwa, for their collective leadership, guidance, and commitment to building future-ready human capital. We sincerely appreciate our distinguished keynote speakers for their insightful contributions. We extend our special thanks to our esteemed panelists for their engaging and thought-provoking discussions. A special word of thanks to Mr. Abhijit Shah from Infosys for the highly engaging vibe coding workshop, and to our organizing teams, faculty members, volunteers, and partners for their dedicated efforts and behind the scenes. Finally, we thank all our participants, delegates for the active engagement and valuable presence. As we move forward into an AI-enabled future, today's conversation reminds us that while technology may shape possibilities, it is human choice, responsibility, and wisdom that shape outcomes. With this, we conclude the pre-summit and look forward to welcoming you all at the AI Impact Summit 2026. Thank you and have a pleasant evening. Vishwakarma University team, pre-summit organizing committee members, please come on the stage. VU, all faculties, please come on the stage. All organizing members, staff, please come on the stage. Please come, please come. So all VU faculties, organizing members, staff, member, everybody, please join us on the stage.
Sir. Kaustubh. Photo
VUS. Come.
Kaustubh sir, Siddhi from Tanzania, please join us.
नितीन शेट मागच येतं कारण केबलमधून कॅमेरा चालूमध्ये काढायला लागला तो केबलमधून नाही म्हणून मागूनच झालं.
Are you guys? Finished one semester? How was your DSA paper? It was good.